Ladies and gentlemen, could everybody take a seat? If you are standing at the side, please take your seat. السيدات والسادة، حفل الافتتاح على وشك البدء. نرجو من الجميع التفضل بالجلوس. إذا كنتم تقفون على الأطراف، يرجى أخذ مقاعدكم. Ladies and gentlemen, opening ceremony is about to begin. Please, everybody, take your seats. السيدات والسادة، الرجاء من الجميع الجلوس في أماكنكم. حفل الافتتاح على وشك البدء. Ladies and gentlemen, opening ceremony is starting now. Please everybody take your seats. السيدات والسادة الرجاء من الجميع الجلوس في أماكنكم. سيبدأ حفل الافتتاح خلال لحظات.
Our world is uncertain.
Justice. Security.
Prosperity.
Technology.
Social cohesion.
All are being tested.
By division, mistrust,
And our ability to act.
وقدرتنا على التصرف.
How can we move from promises
كيف
to
يمكننا
progress?
أن ننتقل من الوعود إلى التقدم؟
Real change delivers safety.
التغيير الحقيقي يحقق السلام، الفرص والنوايا الحسنة. في عالم يشهد علاقات هشة وموازين قوى متغيرة، يمكن للشراكات أن تحول الحوار إلى أفعال.
بالدبلوماسية حيث يستسهل الخصوم استخدام السلاح.
Diplomacy can move us forward.
يمكن للدبلوماسية أن تساعدنا على المضي قدما.
Justice can be more than just a promise.
يمكن للعدالة أن تكون أكثر من مجرد وعد.
Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar. Your Excellency Sheikh Mohammed
معالي الشيخ محمد بن عبد الرحمن بن جاسم آل ثاني، رئيس مجلس الوزراء وزير خارجية دولة قطر، رؤساء الدول والحكومات، سعادة الوزراء، الضيوف الموقرين، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، أصدقائي الأعزاء، مرحبا بكم من القلب في منتدى الدوحة. أنا غيدة فخري، وأنه لمن دواعي شرفي أن أعود إلى هنا معكم بينما نواجه عددا من التحديات الأكثر إلحاحا في هذه الحقبة. إن موضوع منتدى الدوحة لهذا العام هو ترسيخ العدالة من الوعود إلى الواقع الملموس. إنه موضوع آني وفي الوقت ذاته ضروري جدا. نحن نلتقي في نقطة مفصلية، نقطة تستوجب أكثر من الوعود والإعلانات. إنها تستوجب الشجاعة والقناعة والصراحة، الصراحة بشأن العالم الذي نعيش فيه والمستقبل الذي نريد أن نبنيه. العدالة لن تتقدم إذا بقيت من المثل العليا المكتوبة على الورق. يجب أن تتحول إلى مسؤولية مشتركة وإلى التزام جماعي يترجم إلى نتائج ملموسة وإلى إصلاحات واقعية. إذا أردنا أن نفكك انعدام المساواة البنيوي، إذا أردنا منظمات عالمية تخدم جميع الدول وجميع الشعوب وليس فقط الأكثر قوة، إذا كنا نريد المحاسبة وليس الإفلات من العقاب، يتعين علينا أن نتحدى الوضع الراهن وأن لا نقبل به. يتعين على القادة أن يحترموا القواعد التي وعدوا بإنفاذها لكي يحرصوا على أنه ما من دولة فوق القانون الدولي، وعلى أن كرامة الإنسان تبقى أعلى من الملائمة السياسية وغيرها من المصالح. الدول الأصغر حجما في أوروبا وفي الجنوب برهنت لنا عن أمر بالغ الأهمية. لقد برهنت لنا أن المحاسبة لا تحتاج لإذن، برهنت لنا أن العدالة لا تحتاج لتأييد أحد، بل تحتاج إلى المساواة السيادية وإلى الشجاعة القانونية تبدأ بالتصدع تحت وزن وثقل المعايير المزدوجة والنفاق. وفيما نستهل هذا المنتدى علينا أن نسأل أنفسنا كيف سنعيد بناء الثقة في مؤسساتنا، كيف يمكن للأنظمة العالمية أن تخدم الإنسانية وليس الجغرافيا السياسية، كيف يمكن أن نحرص على المحاسبة للحكومات والقادة الذين ينتهكون حقوق الإنسان ويرتكبون جرائم ضد الإنسانية. إن نسخة هذا العام من منتدى الدوحة لا تتعلق بنقاط التحدث بل تتعلق بالأفعال. نحن نريد أن نثبت أن الالتزامات هي أكثر من مجرد كلمات. دعونا نجرؤ على التغيير، على إعادة التفكير، على إعادة تخيل العالم ليس كما هو بل كما يجب أن يكون عليه. دعونا نحول أفكارنا المشتركة ومثولنا العليا المشتركة إلى أفعال ملموسة. دعونا نؤمن بالحقيقة حين يعطينا العالم كل الأسباب كي نتخلى عن هذا الإيمان. دعونا نتصرف الآن لكي نعكس مسار انهيار الثقة العالمية. إن منتدى الدوحة يبقى منصة حيوية، يبقى مساحة حيوية تلتقي فيها المؤسسات العالمية الرائدة والمفكرون العالميون الرائدون لبناء شراكات على أمل أن نتمكن من تحقيق تغيير ملموس هذا العالم. العدالة ممكنة ولكن فقط إذا تصرفنا بشجاعة وبقناعة وبإرادة جماعية. والآن للافتتاح الرسمي لنسخة العام 2025 من منتدى الدوحة، إنه لمن دواعي شرفي أن أدعو إلى المسرح معالي رئيس مجلس الوزراء وزير خارجية دولة قطر، معالي الشيخ محمد بن عبد الرحمن بن جاسم آل ثاني. تفضل سيدي.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، أرحب بكم في منتدى الدوحة في دورته 23. هذه المنصة العالمية الرائدة التي تجمع صناع القرار وقادة الفكر والخبراء من مختلف أنحاء العالم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وتشكل مساحة موافية حضرة صاحب السمو الشيخ حول التحديات الكبرى أمير البلاد المفدى حفظه الله حلول عملية لها. أصحاب الفخامة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، ترسيخ العدالة بكم من المنتدى الدوحة دورته 23، وهو عنوان يعكس هذه المنصة العالمية الرائدة التي تجمع صناع القرار بين وقادة الفكر والخبراء من مختلف أنحاء العالم في كثير من الأحيان، وتشكل مساحة مؤثرة للحوار حول التحديات الكبرى وصياغة حلول عملية لها. ويستبدل فيه القانون. ويأتي المنتدى هذا العام تحت عنوان ترسيخ العدالة من الوعود إلى واقع ملموس، وهو عنوان يعكس حقيقة نلمسها جميعا. إن الفجوة بين الخطاب والممارسة تتسع، وإن العدالة باتت في كثير من الأحيان غائبة عن مسار القانون الدولي وسط عالم تتقدم فيه المصالح على المبادئ ويستبدل فيه القانون بالقوة بعيدا عن أي مساءلة. الحضور الكرام، نجتمع اليوم وعالمنا يشهد تفاقما غير مسبوق للأزمات، ليس بسبب غياب الموارد أو المعرفة بل بسبب غياب المساءلة واستمرار النزاعات دون حلول عادلة، ما يشكل تهديدا مباشرا للسلم والأمن الدوليين. فعندما تدار الأزمات بمنطق القوة بدلا من القانون، وحين يبقى المعتدي بعيدا عن أي مساءلة، فإن النظام الدولي يتحول إلى ما يشبه مجموعة من الوعود غير المنجزة. السيدات والسادة، لقد كشفت التوترات المتلاحقة أن إدارة الأزمات بحدها الأدنى أو الاحتفاظ بتوافق دولي مؤقت دون معالجة جذور الصراع لم يعد خيارا صالحا. فالأزمات حين لا تحقق حلولها العادلة تعود أشد تعقيدا وتتمدد إلى ما وراء حدودها. والتوافق المؤقت لا يوقف التاريخ بل يؤجل استحقاقاته. لذلك نقول اليوم بثقة: الحلول العادلة وحدها هي التي تصنع السلام المستدام وتمنع استمرار دائرة النزاع والانقسام. ويظل غياب المساءلة أحد أخطر مظاهر الاختلال في نظامنا الدولي، وهو ما يتجلى في منطقتنا. فمعاناة الشعب الفلسطيني تحت انتهاكات صارخة للقانون الدولي والمآسي التي يشهدها السودان من مجازر وانتهاكات جسيمة تبرز جميعها أن تحقيق العدالة وحماية الحقوق شرطا لا غنى عنه لصون استقرار المنطقة ومنع تفككها. وفي سوريا وبعد سنوات قاسية من غياب العدالة يمضي الشعب السوري في مسار يأمل أن يقوده إلى التعافي ضمن عدالة انتقالية تعزز التماسك وتنبذ الطائفية، مما يهيئ الطريق نحو سلام يطوي صفحة الماضي ويستند إلى المشاركة والعدالة. السيدات والسادة، إنما تواجهه منطقتنا من تحديات ليس معزولا عما يشهده العالم من تراجع خطير في احترام القانون الدولي والاستخدام المفرط للقوة دون محاسبة، وإضعاف دور المؤسسات الدولية. كلها عوامل تنتج بيئة دولية تتزايد فيها المخاطر وتتآكل فيها ثقة الشعوب بالنظام العالمي. إن عالمنا اليوم يحتاج إلى إعادة الثقة في القانون وإلى منظومة دولية أكثر عدلا وإلى تمكين المجتمعات والمنظمات الإنسانية باعتبارها شريكا أصيلا في صنع مستقبل أكثر استقرارا وشمولا. فالسلام الدائم لا يتحقق بقرارات شكلية بل بجهد تشاركي يضع كرامة الإنسان في صميم كل السياسات. الحضور الكرام، إن دولة قطر تؤمن بأن العدالة ليست غاية سياسية فحسب بل ركيزة أساسية لصون السلم الدولي وترسيخ الاستقرار. ومن هذا الإيمان تنطلق سياساتنا من تطابق القول مع العمل ومن انسجام المبادئ مع الممارسة ومن التزام ثابت بمسؤولية دولية لا نميز فيها بين الأطراف بل نقف فيها إلى جانب ما يخدم الإنسان ويحفظ كرامته. وسيرا على هذا النهج تواصل دولة قطر دورها في الوساطة الفاعلة باعتبارها أحد أعمدة سياستها الخارجية، فتبادر إلى فتح قنوات الحوار وتوفير منصات التفاوض الموثوقة وتسهيل التفاهمات بين الأطراف المتنازعة. ولقد أثبت سجل قطر من النجاحات في جهود الوساطة والثقة التي يبديها المجتمع الدولي بالدور الذي تقوم به في تحقيق السلام أن الوساطة ليست رفاهية سياسية أو خيارا مصلحيا بالنسبة لنا، بل منهج راسخ نمارسه بإخلاص إيمانا منا بأن السلام الحقيقي يبدأ من الإشراك للإقصاء ومن توسيع المساحات المشتركة لا من تعميق الانقسام. وقد تجسد هذا النهج بوضوح فيما تم التوصل إليه بالأمس، حيث نجحت دولة قطر بالتعاون مع شركائنا من النرويج وإسبانيا وسويسرا في تحقيق اختراق مهم بين حكومة كولومبيا وجماعة EGC المعلنة ذاتيا. وقد أتاح الاتفاق فرصة حقيقية لتعزيز أمن الكولومبيين وصون كرامتهم ومنح المجتمعات المتأثرة بالنزاع بارقة أمل عملية للخروج من سنوات من العنف، كما فتح الباب أمام مسار سياسي منظم يهدف إلى نزع السلاح ومكافحة إنتاج المخدرات وتصديرها وبناء سلام مستدام في إطار متفق عليه، بما يعيد الاستقرار إلى المناطق التي طالها الصراع ويؤكد أن هذا التقدم أن الوساطة الصادقة والمسؤولة قادرة على حماية المدنيين وفتح الأبواب أمام سلام يرتكز على المسؤولية والثقة والتزام الأطراف بما يخدم الشعوب. السيدات والسادة، العالم لا يحتاج إلى مزيد من الوعود بل يحتاج إلى عدالة يمارسها الجميع دون ازدواجية في المعايير ومسؤولية يتحملها الكل دون محاباة وشجاعة تترجم الأقوال إلى أفعال. أتطلع أن يشكل هذا المنتدى خطوة إضافية في هذا الاتجاه ومنصة لتعميق التعاون بين الحكومات والمجتمعات والمنظمات الإنسانية من أجل مستقبل أكثر إنصافاً
in Gaza City.
Educating Afghanistan's next generation is still a major challenge. More children are going to school than a decade ago, but many girls in remote areas are still being denied an education.
Our warmest congratulations to the Doha Forum 2025 award winners, Alex Thier and Saad Mohseni, for their vital contributions to education in some of the world's most challenging places and environments, Palestine and Afghanistan. But for the past 20 years, they have also helped create innovative programs across South and Central Asia and the Middle East through the companies they have led, reaching millions of people in need. It is now my distinct honor to invite His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, to present the awards to this year's worthy recipients. Thank you very much, Your Highness. And once again, congratulations to the Doha Forum's awardees, Alex Thier and Saad Mohseni. Now, we have a rare opportunity to hear from a man who has helped build our digital world. A titan of technology, he co-founded Microsoft and made personal computing mainstream. Over the last decade, he has shifted from building technology to shaping the world's most urgent debates, from public health and climate change to AI, reminding us that these are not distant threats, but immediate emergencies that affect the lives of millions of people across the world. Today, as he continues to push for reforms in our global conscience, he may matter even more for what he says than what he does. As chair of the Gates Foundation, he is writing its boldest chapter yet. He announced this year a $200 billion commitment over the next 20 years, with the foundation set to close its doors in 2045. So now is the window of opportunity to focus on the world's most pressing challenges while there is still time. He is unafraid to provoke debate ahead of COP30 in Brazil. He emphasized that climate strategy must first prioritize saving lives and reducing poverty, not just cutting emissions. And he has warned that AI, while transformative, must be developed with clear-eyed focus on true value. How did he do it all, and what can the rest of us learn from his remarkable journey? Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Bill Gates.
Good morning, Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. Thank you. It's great to be back in Doha. Also, congratulations to the fantastic winners of this year's award. Both of those individuals are incredible exemplars and work with organizations that we support. They're not only helping to educate the poorest in the world and give them hope, they're also helping us with the work we're doing to eradicate polio, where Pakistan and Afghanistan are the only two countries in the world that we've never gotten rid of the virus. So I'm excited to see them deserving this fantastic award. When I was in my 20s and 30s, I didn't think much about equity. I loved working on software. I was monomaniacal, working day and night. And I was thrilled that personal computers would be a form of empowerment. And you know, that dream came true. I wasn't thinking at that time about global health. In fact, it wasn't until I was in my 40s that I realized that I don't even understand how many children die, what do they die of. You know, as the world gets richer, are we helping children out? When I would visit Africa and other poor countries, I started to see how tough the conditions were, and found that over 10 million children were dying before the age of 5. Many of them from diseases that vaccines existed for, but they weren't getting out to all the world's children. And so in seeing that, I said that the great fortune that I'm lucky to have from the success of Microsoft would go back to society to try to improve those lives and reduce those deaths. And I got to see firsthand the tragedy of a death from pneumonia or malaria. I got to see kids who are malnourished, and even if they survived, would never achieve their potential because they hadn't been fed properly at a young age. And so at the turn of the century, I created the Gates Foundation, and soon after that, it became my full-time work. And it's been incredible working with partners on all of this. Qatar, of course, is an incredibly generous country, not only in the role it plays in solving conflicts, but also its generosity in providing resources to these causes. So many groups have come together to achieve what I consider a miracle, which is that the number of children dying every year went from 10 million to below 5 million a year. It declined over twice as fast as it ever had in all of history. Part of that was getting vaccines out to those children, and a lot of it was supporting the primary health care systems to support those children. Unfortunately, this year marks the first reversal in this progress. Last year, 4.6 million children died. This year, it will be 4.8 million. So we can think of lots of mothers who are facing this tragedy. But I'm also optimistic that we can stop this backsliding if we find the generosity both from individuals and governments, and we prioritize the basic, and we focus on the innovations that will help in this area. We can go back to reducing these deaths. Running a healthcare system with great primary health care requires less than $100 per person per year. And that's the system that can prevent over 95% of these deaths. The progress is fragile. We have not only very poor countries with over 600 million people living in them, we have over 100 million people living in countries with conflict. And we need to prioritize both of these. Now, fortunately, our innovation is going faster than ever. Thanks to great science, we will create new tools. We will have a vaccine for HIV and malaria. We will have the tools to end polio and make it the second disease ever eradicated. Now, artificial intelligence has come along to greatly accelerate our progress in these areas. AI will play a role not only in the scientific discovery side for new vaccines and drugs, but AI will play an incredible role in the delivery as well. We're funding the AI companies to understand all of the world's languages, including all the dialects of Africa and Asia, so even the poorest will, just with a cell phone, be able to talk and have a virtual doctor, a virtual tutor, a virtual agricultural advisor. In fact, our goal is very simple, that the poorest in the world should benefit first from AI, not be 10 or 20 years behind, which is normally the case. So even though we have this setback in child mortality, I am not at all pessimistic. In fact, I believe over this 20-year period, we can lift up countries and make almost all of them self-sufficient. I believe that if we do the right things, we can cut childhood death in half again, down to below 2%. Now, this is going to require a lot of prioritization. It's going to require a lot of partnerships. And today, the Gates Foundation is proud to be announcing a much expanded partnership with the Qatar Fund for Development. Together, we'll support economic empowerment, for example, farmers getting much better seeds and having double the productivity, as well as health and education. Qatar is a partner in some of the greatest efforts in the world, including Gavi, which buys vaccines, and Global Fund that works on HIV, TB, and malaria. There are regional initiatives that Qatar was one of the first to help drive, including the Lives and Livelihoods Fund. And so all of this early investment, this commitment to those in the greatest need is very exciting. So people should not be discouraged. Humans are problem solvers, and we can get these new tools. And this will be the generation that can solve childhood death. It can eradicate poverty, it can eradicate polio, and it can bring down over 95% diseases like malaria, HIV, and AIDS. We should not stop with the progress we've made. Together we can save the lives of millions of children and empower them to make great contributions. It's not going to be easy, but I believe this is morally the most important cause in the world, and we should work together to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Bill Gates, for this powerful rallying call. Together we can save lives, the lives of millions of people across the world, as you say. And thank you for sharing some of the tips and the advice that you have for those of us still young enough to dream big and ambitious enough to not just follow in your footsteps, but one day perhaps even take up the mantle. It all begins with small, uncertain steps, guided by curiosity, fueled by determination. And this is what it's all about, turning promises and ideas into concrete actions. Let us take a brief moment now to pause and reflect on what we've heard so far, while we reset the stage for our opening panel. So whatever you do, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, mediation in a time of fragmentation is the title of the Doha Forum's opening panel. In an era marked by geopolitical tension and polarization and the rapid spread of conflicts across borders, the need for credible and effective mediation has never been more urgent. As traditional channels of dialogue and communication often break down under the weight of mistrust, mediation offers a powerful alternative to rebuild communication, restore a spirit of compromise, and keep the hope of peaceful resolution to some of the world's most intractable disputes alive. It is often up to smaller nations, those without the burden of great power rivalry, to bridge the divides by offering a neutral space for negotiation, investing heavily in diplomacy, and maintaining open lines of communications with everyone. This session looks at how diverse actors, large and small, can help knit back together a world that feels increasingly fragmented. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, CNN's Christiana Manpour, and our distinguished panelists, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, Her Excellency Kaja Kallas, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, His Excellency Hakan Fidan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey, and last but not least, His Excellency José Manuel Albares, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain. Welcome to you all. Thank you for writing these.
Sound is on? Yeah, okay. Welcome to this first opening panel, and a really good one, because it's all about mediation in this era of fragmentation and obviously of still raging wars. So there's a lot going on, including the latest US national security strategy that's just been released, and we're going to talk about all of this, how it affects all of you and all of this. Can I ask you first, Foreign Minister, since we're here and you're hosting us? You have written that, you know, as a small state, or rather foreign policy writes this about you, surrounded by larger powers in a turbulent region, Qatar has long excelled at projecting influence through soft power and cultivating global clout via non-military means. Is that the aim? What's your response to that?
Well, I think
they should be on, yeah.
I think, you know, overall, if you look at you know, the region in general, it's not an easy region. It has like a lot of history that kept this region with very heavy baggage. And what Qatar, you know, the way Qatar is situated as a small nation among bigger nations, we have also to make sure that our region is prosper, our region is stable, and basically our national security stands on the stability of the region. But as a small nation, we cannot become a superpower by military, but of course by, you know, reaching out through diplomacy, reaching out through investment, through partnerships. That's what creates really the footprint of the state of Qatar. And we believe as small states, we have a role to play as, you know, contributing to the stability of the region, but contributing also to the stability of the world. And what happened with us distinguishing Qatar in mediation, it wasn't like an occasional thing. It was a product of our geopolitical situation. That's why we are always aspiring to settle conflicts through mediations. And we have seen this fragmented world today. It's more and more needed, the role of those small countries.
And just quickly before I move on, there are some in the world who will say, why does Qatar host Hamas, for instance, negotiators, or has supported in terms of, you know, money and things like that in the past? Why does it, you know, host the Taliban? Why does it host, you know, many parties and you know, peoples that some would consider terrorists or bad actors? Can you give the world the rationalization for that part of mediation?
Well, when we are talking about mediation, mediation is a conflict between parties. And if those parties are, normally if you have like state actors, this is like always sounds normal sometime. But in our region, unfortunately, it's between states and non-state actors. And those non-state actors, if we don't keep the open channels with them, then none of those conflicts can be resolved. And this has been demonstrated and proven throughout the last few years. If you look at what we have achieved by ending the longest war in the modern American history between the US and Afghanistan, hosting the office of Taliban was for a single purpose, to facilitate this mediation efforts. And these mediation efforts remained for almost like more than 7 years in order to achieve to that result. On Hamas also, when you look at it, there is, you know, all the outcomes that we have seen throughout 23, 24, and 25 reaching to the peace deal was only happening because of this open communication. Qatar is criticized for, you know, hosting them just, you know, for some very short-term political goals. Unfortunately, those people who are criticizing Qatar, those are the same people who are in need for countries like Qatar to have an open channel with those non-state actors. And at the end of the day, Qatar provide the platform, provide the forum for those parties to talk. It doesn't mean that we are taking one side or the other. Our role is to make sure that the dialogue is ongoing and the dialogue coming out with a positive outcome or constructive outcome that ends the conflict and ends the humanitarian suffering.
Kaja Kallas, High Representative for Foreign Affairs of the EU and Vice President of the EU. You recently wrote a column describing spinning a globe in your office and feeling as though the international order stands on the brink of collapse. But then you write, the reality is that things are not as bad as they seem. How so?
First, I want to start commending Qatar for their mediation efforts. I think, you know, Gaza we talked about, but also Afghanistan, Great Lakes, Sudan. I think in these times where we have more conflicts than ever before, over 60 wars going on in the world, we need mediation on different levels, and Qatar here plays a very, very important role. So thank you for that. Yes. If we look at the bigger picture, I think for all of us, what was the introduction of this forum as well, the international law is the one that we should stick to, because this is rules that protect the majority of the countries in the world, which are small countries. The set of rules and principles that we have agreed to, and we need to stick to them as the core principles to defend them in order to prevent wars also in the future. So one is to mediate about the conflicts that are going on, but also the other part is also the prevention of future conflicts.
Obviously, the key ally to, frankly, everybody is the United States of America. Clearly, they've given Qatar recently, because of the attacks by Iran and Israel, a security guarantee. But they've also been the backbone of the transatlantic alliance. So I don't know whether you've read the latest national security strategy that dropped just over the last 24 hours. It definitely didn't treat you as friends. And I just wonder how you think this. Am I reading it wrong? Do you think that it's just trying to tell you to stand on your own 2 feet a bit more? Or are you essentially being censured? Let me just read a little bit. Depicts Europe as facing civilizational erasure at the hands of immigrants and its mainstream leaders, such as yourself, Foreign Minister. It says the United States will cultivate resistance to Europe's mainstream leaders, and asserts that many of their governments, quote, trample on basic principles of democracy to suppress opposition. I was at the Munich Security Conference when I heard Vice President J.D. Vance initiate this kind of strategy by the new US administration. So I'm wondering, you know, all these months later, I'm going to ask you first as High Representative and then you, Foreign Minister. What do you make of this? I mean, Europe's the enemy, you're the enemy.
No, I didn't read it like this. I actually read the European part. I haven't read the rest of it. Of course, there's a lot of criticism, but I think some of it is also true. If you look at Europe, it has been underestimating its own power towards Russia, for example. I mean, we should be more self-confident. That's for sure. And you know, US is still our biggest ally. And there, I read it as well that we are still the biggest ally, and it's in the interest of the United States as well that Europe lasts, and that we are really still the ally and working together for these things. I think we haven't always seen eye to eye on different topics, but I think the overall principle is still there. We are the biggest allies and we should stick together.
Okay. You, Foreign Minister, how do you see it? Civilizational erasure. And they do mention, obviously, immigration as an issue. Your country has had quite a successful recent experiment or strategy with immigration. And actually, your GDP is growing. And I spoke to your own Prime Minister at the UNGA earlier this year, who sort of laid out the strategy of immigration into Spain. So what do you make of being told that your sort of parties, your sort of Europe is facing civilizational erasure if it doesn't change those issues, which are big in Europe too, the immigration issue?
Well, thank you.
It should be on.
Thank you very much. The immigration issue is a very big issue for us too, but you cannot avoid certain crises that are taking place around your neighborhood. When a crisis happens, it's your humanitarian duty to shoulder some of the responsibilities that you are facing, actually. That's what is happening with Turkey. Our objective for the first time is to have an open door policy when this crisis in Syria started. And as a result, we received a lot of Syrian refugees who were fleeing from the war. But it cost us politically back home, but in the long run, we saw that it really has served the humanitarian objectives. But coming back to the original point here, you know, in our region, unfortunately, we are facing a lot of problems. And in Ukraine, in Gaza, and now, thanks God, things are going quite well in Syria. What Mr. Trump and his team is trying to do in our region in terms of mediation and peace activities, I think it is largely overlapping the Turkey's objective and our interests, because right from the beginning, we have asked for ceasefire in Ukraine. We have asked for ceasefire in Gaza. We have, you know, asked an international cooperation in Syria to bring stability, because we took hard lessons from refugee crisis that we face past decade. You know, when we mediate problems in our region, we might end up with less human suffering, including refugee crisis.
So I clearly need a new prescription for my glasses, because Foreign Minister Alvarez is over there, and you're Foreign Minister Fidan, but you answered that spectacularly. So let me ask you, I'm going to ask you now, do you only have one mic between you?
There is only one, but we are very good friends.
But that's
Spanish
good,
and
that's good.
Turkey,
that's
so
a brilliant
we can share it.
ingredient for mediation. So let me ask you then, because mediation is hugely important now in a war that threatens Europe. This new strategy describes Russia as an adversary. Does not describe Russia as an adversary, but it does say that an expeditious cessation of hostilities in Ukraine is a core interest of the United States. The goal of a peace deal would be to re-establish strategic stability with Russia and to enable Ukraine's survival as a viable state. How do you read that, given the current negotiations that are going on to try and end this war?
You know, when you're a European, you are constantly asked for what the President of the United States says or what is the foreign policy of the United States. And I think that what we should really be interested right now in Europe is what we can do in this very challenging moment in world history, in which for some countries, one of them is Russia, war has become a normal tool of foreign policy. It's not the only one. In the Middle East, Israel thinks exactly the same way. We think the opposite. We stick to the UN Charter. We think that war is not a way of settling disputes among people or states, and above all, that a war of aggression cannot have reward. What is at stake right now in Ukraine is, of course, the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukrainian people, which is already huge. We are talking about a democratic state with a democratically elected government. But we are going to design with whatever peace will come one day, and I'm sure that there is a future in peace for the Ukrainian people, we are to design the future security scheme of Europe and also of the world. If a war of aggression has a reward, tomorrow's war, and certainly tomorrow's Europe, is going to be more unstable. No one will be out of the risk of waking up and realizing that a strong neighbor wants a part of its sovereignty or of its territorial integrity. So we welcome the efforts of peace of the President of the United States. We think it's good. We have been asking for peace since the very beginning. If it was up to us, the Europeans, or to the Ukrainians, this war would have not started. We want peace. We just want to make sure that it's a just and lasting peace. Just and lasting peace means that there is no reward for the aggression, that there is a sovereign Ukraine that can take its own decision, including which international organization is a part of, and that at the end, that peace is stick to the United Nations Charter.
Can I quickly ask you while I have you here? The US is pretty angry at Spain because you have refused point blank to raise your military spending to 5% of your GDP. I asked your Prime Minister about it, and he had all sorts of reasons. Can you explain where you, as Spain, as a southern European nation, where do you see your biggest threat? And is it not Russia? Why would you not raise your GDP?
We acknowledge that Russia is right now, by far, the largest threat to European security. There is a war of aggression going on European soil. There are other threats that come also from the south, and we have great partners from Mauritania to Jordan. Turkey, it's a key element in NATO and in our southern flank security, and we acknowledge it for that. Spain is a reliable ally in NATO, and it's a vital ally in NATO. We have a historical deployment of soldiers, aeroplanes, ships in the eastern flank. It's more than 2,000 soldiers. The air security of the Baltic states is guaranteed also because of our aeroplanes. We've been in Iceland. We are right now in Latvia, in Lithuania. We have soldiers in Slovakia, in Romania, and we are going to meet, as we have always done, all the commitments that NATO has asked to Spain when it comes to capacities. The only thing is that we can do that with 2.1% of our GDP. We don't need to do it with 5%. So the important is not how much you're spending, is are you giving the capacities that you are being asked for the organization? Yes, we are doing it. And our deployment is at our historical height.
Foreign Minister Al Thani, part of the national security strategy that just came up, basically a line said that Washington's, and I don't know, I hope I don't get this wrong, but Washington's hectoring of Gulf monarchies has got to stop. How do you, I mean, that must be welcome to your ears, obviously, because it doesn't really talk about human rights and democracy, but it does talk about a lot of what we know that President Trump has always talked about, which is the economy, investment, business, transactions, those kinds of things. You've sat with a lot of US negotiators. You recently, most recently over the Israel ceasefire in Gaza with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. How does that type of negotiation differ from potentially your interlocutors before?
Well, actually, it's first of all, I think that each conflict has its own nature, and we cannot compare like what's the mediation, for example, between the U.S. and Afghanistan to the mediation between Israel and Hamas, and that happened recently. And basically, what we have seen as a challenge in the recent mediation in Gaza was that there were only the U.S. as part of mediation. They were only talking to one party, which is the Israelis. But in the recent rounds of the negotiations, they started engaging with both parties, which has helped us in making breakthroughs in these negotiations and achieving the ceasefire at that time. The difference, of course, between one administration to another, it's been always there. Like, it's not you cannot see one method that's followed by every administration. But what we have seen throughout the mediation process is an engagement and a willingness to push to the finish line, to get it done, and not to keep it open. Now, we are at a critical moment. It's not yet there. So it's what we have just done is a pause. We cannot consider it yet a ceasefire. A ceasefire cannot be completed unless there is a full withdrawal of the Israeli forces, there is stability back in Gaza, people can go in and out, which is not the case today. Right now, us as Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, together with the United States, we are getting together in order to force the way forward for the next phase. And this next phase is just also temporary from our perspective, because at the end of the day, if we are looking at, if we are just resolving what happened in Gaza, the catastrophe that happened in the last 2 years, it's not enough, because there is a root for this conflict. And this conflict is not only about Gaza, it's about the West Bank, it's about the rights of the Palestinians for their states. So we are hoping that we can work together with the US administration to achieve this vision at the end of the day. It's not easy, it will have a lot of challenges, it will face a lot of attacks, but we will keep pushing in order to find at the end of the day a long-lasting solution that provides justice for both people.
In the ceasefire agreement and in the 20-point plan for Israel-Gaza, there was an indication that there would be an effort to move towards a Palestinian state. For the second time this year, the Israeli Knesset basically, well, they don't want that to happen, and actually Prime Minister Netanyahu and his far-right allies boycotted a vote that was to move the phases along because of the reference in the plan to the two-state solution. When you're talking about mediation, how do you get beyond that kind of ideology? How do you get beyond the hard, liners who don't want even what President Trump has put forward?
Well, actually, here where the enforcement is needed, because one of the lessons learned that we have seen and experienced throughout the last 2 years, that if accountability is absent and enforcement is absent, things can just keep going, and we remain hostage in the hands of the extremists, and that's what we want to avoid. And we have seen that the efforts that all of us, we put together in order to reach to the ceasefire that we have achieved this year, needed for the next phase, which is the stabilization, and then the third phase, which is the Palestinian state. If this extremist agenda will just overshadow all our efforts as an international community, then everyone is recognizing that there is something wrong with the structure that we are working through. And I believe that U.S. role is key in this because U.S. has the enforcement part of that in order to put this conflict on the right track for a resolution.
Foreign Minister Fidan, I want to ask you about this because it's also about a stabilization force. The UN Security Council, I think for the first time in my memory, well, recent memory, with consensus and unanimity, voted for the Trump peace plan. One of the main objectives early on is a stabilization force. What can you tell us about how that's going to get beyond the blocks? I mean, first of all, Hamas is still not demilitarized, and there is a de facto partition inside Gaza, the so-called yellow line. And as we've seen and we've heard from Foreign Minister, there's no movement towards this second phase. I mean, is Turkey willing to put troops on the ground for a stabilization force? Would that be acceptable to any party?
Well, first of all, Turkey is ready and willing to do whatever it takes for us to contribute to the ongoing peace efforts that everybody is collectively contributing. And in terms of ISF, still there is a big discussion taking place, how to form and what are the specific mission statements and what will be the rules of engagements. I think when we define the mission of ISF, we should be realistic and nuanced in expecting certain things from ISF because there are realities in the field. And I think our first objective in deploying ISF should be is to separate Palestinians from the Israelis on borderline. This should be our main objective. Then we can address the other remaining issues. And whatever ISF is going to do is also be supplemented by other entities like the police force that is going to be vetted and trained. And then also we will have a Palestinian local administration. And then we will have a peace board. Now all these organs supposedly will work together in a synchronized manner. When we have this system more or less in place, I think we can be much more realistic in expecting from ISF. But as I said, there is a big challenge for ISF either because the formation of the ISF, which countries will be contributing, this is a big question now, and what will be the command structure, what will be the logistics. Thousands of detailed questions are in place, but this is up to our military commanders. But then what will be the first mission? I think once we deploy ISF, the rest will come.
Once you deploy yourself, that's the key. I'll come back to you, Kaja Kallas, but I want to ask you as Foreign Minister, I guess one of the questions is, you were one of the first countries, along with Ireland and Norway, to recognize a Palestinian state. And there was a whole load of brouhaha in the world saying that this would just reward terrorism, that it wouldn't advance, the peaceful resolution of all of this. And I wonder whether you think that gave your countries leverage in this process or not, because right now, as you know, there is a massive crackdown by the Israeli forces and settlers backed by the Israeli state against Palestinians in the West Bank, as well as the unresolved issues in Gaza. I mean, people, as you've seen, still living in the rubble, aid still not going in sufficient quantities, and no movement towards the second phase, as far as we can gather. So tell me, and I'm talking about mediation and leverage now, what leverage do you think your declaration, which was then amplified at the UN by many more countries, what did that do?
It's very clear that to work for peace, and in the Middle East, peace means the two-state solution with a real and viable Palestinian state living in good neighborhood with the Israeli state gives you leverage. Working for peace always gives you leverage. At the time, some people criticized us, saying that we were alone, that it was a void movement. When we see the wave of recognition that came right after, with many members that are permanent members of the Security Council, you realized that we were not alone, we were the first, and we were leading the way towards what we all know, including the Israeli people, that is the real path for security and for peace for both Palestinians and Israelis. We did the recognition because of justice, because it's justice for the Palestinian people. I don't see why in the world we would assume that the Palestinian people is the only people in the world that are eternally condemned to be a people of refugees. We did it because of peace, because we will never accept that the only way to relate between Palestinians and Israelis or among people in the Middle East is through violence. Why we Europeans could create the European Union, and instead of making war with your neighbor, and it was the border was almost a curse for us in Europe, and we turned it into cooperation. Why it couldn't be the same thing in the Middle East? We are also in favor of normalization of relation of the Arab countries with Israel. And we did it also because of pure humanity. When you see 70,000 Palestinians being killed in front of your eyes, in front of your TV screen, children's babies, and when you believe in the United Nations Charter, in the principles and values that founded the European Union, you cannot be moved. You have to do something. On Wednesday in Madrid, we are going to receive Mahmoud Abbas, and we are going to convey the same message. It's time to work to put in place a real Palestinian state. And that means the West Bank and Gaza under one single Palestinian authority. We have to stop the violence of those settlers that is really out of way. And we have to stop all those illegal settlements that are spreading. We have to go for reconstruction in Gaza. And the day we will have one single Palestinian authority that will control the West Bank and Gaza connected by a corridor with an exit to the sea and its capital in East Jerusalem, living in good neighborhood with Israel, I think that day we will have achieved what Europe stands for, and it's peace and the respect of international law and international humanitarian law.
Kaja Kallas, can I ask you, we're going back to the European war right now, or the war on the European continent. The 28-point plan that President Trump put forth a couple of weekends ago was vigorously amended or discussed by Europe and Ukraine. On the other hand, would you agree that Europe has not put a peace plan forward for Ukraine, that this process by the United States is the first actual time, and you've just said that you've been calling for peace and this and that. That's one question, but it's related to leverage. Military commanders tell me that in times of war, either superior military might will end a war, which it hasn't here, or actually, you know, even between Israel and Palestine, or the parties have to come to some kind of, be forced to the table. There has to be enough pain on whichever one, both, to come to the table. Give me your responses.
First, I actually wanted to build on something that His Excellency said about accountability, justice, and the peace lasting. Because one is to achieve a peace deal, and the other thing is that this peace is sustainable, which requires the whole of society approach, really, that, you know, people also accept this. I mean, wars always bring human suffering, and how can we go from this place that what happened would never happen again, and that is bringing sustainable peace. Now, coming to your question, in Ukraine war, there are no both parties because there is one aggressor and one victim, and that's why, you know, if we want to have a sustainable peace, a long-lasting peace, We should make sure that the concessions are on the aggressor side, that the aggression does not pay off, it's not rewarded. If we look at the last 100 years, Russia has attacked 19 countries, some as many as 3 or 4 times. None of these countries has ever attacked Russia. So putting limitations and stress on Ukraine actually does not bring us long-lasting peace. Okay, we give security guarantees to Ukraine, it will end there, but it will start somewhere else, because the problem is the Russian military. Their army is extremely large, their military budget is enormous, and they will want to use it again. If not on Ukraine, then somewhere else. So focusing on really, putting the pressure on the aggressor, like José Manuel said, if aggression is rewarded, we will see it happen again. And not only in Ukraine or Gaza, but all around the world, because aggression really pays off. That's why we have so many wars nowadays going on, that the international law is really under a heavy fire.
Okay, but the question really is, what is the leverage that you have? Because if the US is pulling back, which it is, in terms of making you step up and fill that gap militarily,
yes,
clearly Putin doesn't feel any leverage right now.
We have leverage, and that is economic leverage. I mean, wars also end when the aggressor runs out of money to fund this war. And that's why, yes, we see the economy is not doing well. I mean, if you look at the indicators like the interest rate of the central bank, you see that their national fund is almost completely depleted. They don't have the same revenues from oil and gas due to the sanctions, and also, the sanctions on shadow fleet are hitting them hard. Now we have the discussions of using the Russian frozen assets for the reparation loan.
Where's that going to end? Because Belgium says no.
Well, we are 27 democracies. It always takes time to get to results, but the discussions are ongoing. The proposal is now on the table. Why is it so important? To really show that it doesn't pay off. And there are examples from the history, from this part of the world. I mean, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, it was exactly the same case. I mean, if you look at the speeches...
There was a military confrontation. I covered it. America got 500,000
the
troops
difference was it wasn't the UN Security Council member who was doing the aggression, and that's why the international response was very clear. But the case is exactly the same, and there we actually defended the international law, all of us together. So my point being that wars end when aggressors run out of money. By the way, Russia ended the war in Afghanistan when they ran out of money to finance this war. So they want us to believe that, they're doing fine, nothing to see here, we can outlast you. It's not really true if you and by the way, in that national security paper that you were talking about, there is that, Americans are saying that Europe has a huge leverage, regarding Russia. So we shouldn't also underestimate our own power and overestimate Russia's strength.
Except often from America we hear that Ukraine has no cards, that Russia thinks it's going to win. I mean, what does that do in terms of building leverage for the person you said, or the state you say needs to be defended, which is the victim?
Well, first of all, we should understand, and really, I mean, we have so many examples from the Russian negotiation tactic. I mean, this is the way they operate always. Present demands, like totally absurd demands. Like right now, they are demanding territories that they haven't been able to conquer militarily in 11 years. If you think back to 2014. So they're demanding this. Then the second is like present threats, ultimatums, which they are doing as well. And then, third level is that there will always be people in the West who will offer you something that you didn't have before. So you walk away with more than you had. We have seen this many, many times, and always it brings more war. So right now we should not walk into those traps, and we should concentrate on what we are doing doing, helping Ukraine to defend itself, pressuring Russia with the sanctions so that they would actually go from pretending to negotiate to the point where they need to negotiate.
Foreign Minister Fidan, can I ask you, I think it was 10 years ago, Turkey shot down an incursion by a Russian fighter jet. And it was fine. The rules of the world were established. You said don't come into our airspace. They did. You shot them down. Boom, that was the end of that. So I wonder, I know you're not Europe, maybe one day, but Russia upped the ante this week saying it's ready to wage war on Europe right now if Europe goes to war. How do you see that, and what do you think Europe should be doing to force Putin to a reasonable negotiating position?
I think up until now, as Kaja has just said, I think Europe is trying to do their best to counter this aggression. On the other hand, they have started partnering with the United States. But now, in the absence of the United States, Europe is in need of finding more creative solutions to become more resilient. But I think the only viable way to go and finish this war is to engage faithfully and forcefully in peace talks. There is a good mediation is taking place at the moment. I know that Europe has every reason not to trust Russia, and also vice versa. If you listen to Russians, they have every reason not to trust anybody else, but they have their own perspectives. First of all, just the example that you cited, Christian, when we shut down the Russian airplane, later on, we needed to talk to Russians because we had different positions, opposing positions in Syria, no matter how much we were opposing each other in the field, but we knew that we needed to talk. To be able to talk, you need to have a platform, a medium to engage. And this has been what I've been advising for my Ukrainian and European friends right from the beginning, and beforehand the American friends during the Biden administration. Fighting an adversary doesn't mean that you cannot talk. You cannot talk. I think there is a huge opportunity in engaging talks, and it may not immediately stop the war. It may not immediately stop the suffrage, but certainly it helps, and it creates extra opportunities and chances for the warring parties and interested parties around the case. So that's why we really emphasize the importance of the talks right from the beginning. But I also agree with Kaja and José Manuel that they have every reason to be successful. And so I just hope that the American mediation that is taking place now can succeed. And we are trying to do our best to help them.
Okay. And final word to you, Foreign Minister. Again, this is about mediation in a fragmented world and leverage that allows mediation to actually have some success. The Trump diplomacy is somewhat different than previous diplomacy, using a lot of business and investment and that kind of structure around it. So this is what the Wall Street Journal says. The picture that emerges is a remarkable story of business leaders working outside the traditional lines of diplomacy to cement a peace agreement with business deals. Now, whether that's Russia, Ukraine, or whether it's Israel, Palestine, I want to know what you think, sitting in this part of the world, as business being the underlying motivator for A, negotiations, and B, sweeteners for the parties.
Well, I think, whenever we embark in any mediation efforts, we need to look at the destination that we are going to. In order to create a condition for a peace and coexistence, you need to show them the prosperity, you need to show them what can be built if you are building on your common interest. And trying to widen the foundation of the common interest between the parties is a key a key factor in order to achieve a successful mediation. Using the economic instruments in diplomacy is a very important thing, because basically when you have a lot at stake that you will lose if you will embark into any conflict with your neighbor or with from within, then you will think about it twice. And I think that this is a very intelligent way in order to structure mediation around interests, around common interests between the countries, between the parties of the conflicts, and supporting it by mediators, by other international actors. I believe this is our modern world today. Every country in need for economic support, economic prosperity, and I believe putting our efforts together in order to achieve peace from that angle is a very important instrument.
One last question to the European at the table, lots of, but just usually it's values, it's international law. What do you think of this new kind of diplomacy and an attempt to get, knock heads together and get the sides to understand that they need to stop war?
We are in a crucial moment right now in what we call in diplomacy world order. There is a change. So anyone or anything that can help to bring peace, mediation, for instance, what Qatar does, it's amazing, and we really commend it. It will always be welcome. We need traditional diplomacy, but if there are other ways that can bring people together, help each other to understand better, welcome. Okay. But we must make sure that we are always talking about peace that are lasting, that are just, that are for the good cause.
Okay. 30 seconds.
Yes, I would still stress one thing, which is the long-term peace and the whole of society approach, because knocking heads together, getting the peace deals.
That's my word.
Yes, yeah. But I'm taking from that means that you can get deals, but it has to be also accepted by the society. I mean, we saw in Colombia there was a peace deal, but people rejected it. And by the way, there was recent study about the peace, different peace talks. If women are around the table, then the peace agreements actually last 35% more than those where women are not at the table.
Clearly, I'm going to clap to that. So it's a great way to end. Foreign Ministers, High Representative, thank you so much for this discussion. Thank you. Thank you. It's really nice to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you. Thank you. What do you think is going to happen in Syria? Maybe not. We have to get off this.
Christian, thank you very much indeed, Christian, and thank you to all of your distinguished panelists. It's always fascinating to hear from some of the world's top diplomats about how they navigate through the tricky but crucial business of negotiation and moderation. We are going to pause now for a break, time to refuel, recaffeinate, and reconnect with each other anywhere here around the forum, but don't go too far because we will be back here on stage at 11:45 for our first newsmaker interview with Qatar's Minister of State for Energy Affairs. Too late. Off. Switch it off. Why did she do this? Switch it off now. Off. Off now. But they should always switch it on.
وأيضا اعتداء لروسيا لبلدان أخرى. هناك تاريخ كبير وتاريخ لردة الفعل حول هذا الاحتلال والعنف. وعندما بدأت روسيا الاحتلال ضد أوكرانيا عام 2014 لم يكن ذلك احتلال فقط لنا ولكن لوجودنا. نعم، أوكرانيا نسعد للاستمرار بالقتال مع المساعدة الأوروبية أو من دونها. شكرا لك. دكتور وونغ، لقد قام المتحدثون بوصف هذا الاعتداء الروسي ضد أوكرانيا كاعتداء للمبادئ والأنظمة والقوانين. شكرا سيدتي. وأيضا لمنتدى الدوحة، أعتقد بأن هذه الحرب بدأت منذ عام 2014 وهناك تخريب للنظام العالمي بأكمله. وأعتقد بأن الصين عبرت لمرات عدة في مجلس الأمن عن طلاقه حول هذا الموضوع. وأنا ما يهمنا اليوم هو التقدم الذي نراه والولايات المتحدة التي تقوم بالحث باتجاه السلام. ولكن أعتقد بأن الحرب ل4 سنوات هناك وجود لأوروبا للولايات المتحدة للغرب، إذا يمكن لهذا النزاع أن يمتد. أعتقد بأن في العالم نحن بحاجة إلى بلدان أخرى تكون أيضا مشاركة كالصين. جنوب أفريقيا لقد قامت الصين بوضع خطة سلام وأيضا قامت بإعلام أصدقاء السلام بذلك. لذلك أعتقد بأنه من الرائع والمهم جدا لهذه البلدان أن تقوم بصنع السلام وأن تتأكد من أن هناك ضمانات مهمة جدا إضافة إلى الولايات المتحدة، الصين، البرازيل وجنوب أفريقيا. لذلك أعتقد بأنه حاليا من المهم التفكير بذلك. ولكن كيف يمكن الحصول على مقاربة الأمم المتحدة على قمة السلام للأمم المتحدة وتسليط الضوء على ذلك والمحادثات ال7 أطراف والاتحاد الأوروبي أيضا، ومؤخرا أيضا السياسات الخارجية في ألاسكا وبلدان الأخرى والتي يجب أن تلعب دورا مهما للمحافظة على السلام والسلام الدائم. وأعتقد بأنه الوقت قد ملائم للأطراف للتدخل وأيضا كما تدخل الأطراف ال7 في الموضوع الإيراني. هذه أمور مهمة جدا الحصول على مقاربتين متعددة الأطراف. دعني أسألك سؤال. في الاحتفال لهذا المنتدى حول العدالة كانت هناك رسائل كبيرة، والأوكرانيون بالإضافة إلى الأوروبيون يقولون لماذا هناك عدالة؟ أن تم السماح لروسيا باحتلال أرض بقوة. ما رأيك؟ أعتقد بأن ما نرى الولايات المتحدة وتقوم به الرئيس الأوكراني الأساسية وما نحن بحاجة إليه اليوم هو الوصول إلى وقف إطلاق النار. عندما نقوم بذلك من بعدها نقوم بالتوجه إلى عملية صنع السلام. وأوكرانيا والصين بالطبع شركاء، هناك الكثير من الأمور والصين يمكنها أن تلعب دورا مهما في عملية إعادة البناء والبناء التحتية. أعتقد بأنه يمكننا العودة إلى مجلس الأمن تبع الأمم المتحدة وأن نحل هذه الأمور وأن وافقت روسيا على نقاط ما يمكن أن نذهب إلى المجلس ونقوم باتباع مبادئ الأمم المتحدة والتوصل إلى الحلول. معالي الوزير، ما رأيك بما تعرضه الصين ويمكن أن يقول البعض بأن الصين اليوم ترى أن هناك فرص للحصول على الضغط الدولي. إذن كان هناك نقاش في بيجينغ منذ سنوات حول إن كانت الصين بلد محايد أو العكس يتدخل في التاريخ. الدكتور وونغ أشار إلى البلدان الغربية كعامل للدعم لأوكرانيا والعمل ضد روسيا، ولكن هناك معسكر آخر يقوم بتصعيد الاضطراب في البلدان، وأيضا تم ذكر ذلك في مناسبات كثيرة. في بعض الأحيان الصين تلعب دورا. نعم، هناك مجموعتان من البلدان، مجموعة شاطر رؤية أوكرانيا وفقا لميثاق الأمم المتحدة، ومجموعة أخرى من البلدان ترى فرصة للتغيير ولتغيير النظام. هذه أول إجابة لسؤالك، وأعتقد أن البلدان مع روسيا والصين قامت بالمحافظة على مصداقيتها مع الأعضاء الخمس. روسيا بالطبع خسرت عندما قررت في 2014 دعوة أوكرانيا إلى هذه الحرب. لذلك هناك 4 أعضاء في هذه المبادئ التي تعتبر موثوقة، أعتقد أن تكلمنا عن النظام في المستقبل والمحافظة على الأنظمة الحالية مع بعض التعديلات والتحسينات. الصين يجب ضمها ويجب أن تلعب دورا فعالا، ولكن في الوقت نفسه على الأقل الإجابة الأوروبية تكون برؤية الصين تنادي بوقف إطلاق النار. هذا على المستوى الشفهي. كلمة حرب مفقودة من الإجابة الرسمية، بما أنه ليس لدينا تفاهم مشترك حول ما يحصل في أوكرانيا وحول الحرب، سوف يكون من الصعب جدا الوصول إلى نقاش بناء. أيها المفوض، ما الذي ترغب من أوروبا أن تقوم به اليوم؟ هي لا تقوم بجهود كبيرة حول الإفراج عن الأصول الأوكرانية. هل هذا موضوع واقعي؟ وما الذي نتوقعه من أوروبا؟ سؤال صعب جدا. ولكن سوف نستمر بالقيام بقدر المستطاع بما نقدر عليه لوجود السلام في أوكرانيا. عندما بدأنا أو بدأت بكلمتي لقد قدرت دولة قطر وما تقوم به، وعندما نتكلم عن عملية المفاوضات عن العدالة ذلك يعني أننا بحاجة إشراك كافة الأشخاص الذين يمكنهم القيام بأمور ملموسة، وليس فقط التكلم عن ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، القواعد الجديدة، الاحتمالات الجديدة، الإمكانيات الجديدة لأوكرانيا. يجب القيام ببعض الخطوات ربما صغيرة ولكن ملموسة في هذه الغرفة. يمكن أن نرى معالي الشخصيات القطرية في 2023 قمنا بافتتاح هذا الدعم للأطفال الأوكرانيين، ولكن من جهة أخرى كانت صعبة جدا، حالات صعبة. روسيا لم تقوم بترحيل أي طفل أوكراني، كانت بروباغندا أوكرانية بالنسبة إليهم. اليوم نعود مجددا بإعادة 1852 طفل أوكراني، وذلك يعني بأننا قمنا بإنقاذ كل هؤلاء الأطفال، ما يعني بأنه يمكننا القيام بكل ما نراه مراسبا كل يوم وإشراك مشاركين جدد، محاولة إيجاد حلول جديدة تكون ملموسة وليس فقط عبر التكلم. وليس فقط عبر التكلم. in Canada when the president mused on whether it might be good for the United States to take over Canada. And Canadians have said, look, is this really compatible with NATO for a start? What do you as representatives for NATO say to that?
Well, this is one of the things I learned when I was Attorney General of the United States in the first Trump administration is providing commentary to every single thing that President Trump says or tweets, especially. What he says and what he tweets speaks for itself, and why he's doing it. And I certainly understand his position on Canada, which was, if you think about how Canada trades with the United States, it is very difficult for example, our dairy farmers, or at least it has been. Again, the negotiations are ongoing, and who knows where it lands. But the practices and the trade that Canada has done takes dramatic advantage of their proximity, takes dramatic advantage of our free and open markets, and closes markets to many things. And as a son of Iowa, and a heart for farmers, I understand that those kind of not having markets where we can send oftentimes our commodities that are high quality and inexpensive comparatively, that disadvantages American farmers. And if you're an America First president, you want to advantage all your citizens, and including farmers. And so President Trump, I think, uniquely understands leverage. He uniquely understands how to publicly message things, to put issues that have maybe not been talked about enough into the conversation. And I think it's really put Canada, I think, in a difficult spot. I don't think our trade relationships, and this is one of the things that I made sure didn't bleed in, whether it was the trade discussions with the EU or whether it was trade discussions with Canada, did not let that bleed into the security architecture of the North Atlantic, and how we are going to protect our 1 billion citizens and make sure that we have a strong alliance, and that strength is going to ensure not only our security, but ensure peace. And so, sort of a lot of the issues regarding trade, just not in my, remit. And we have plenty of people that deal with that on a daily basis that, are better to talk about kind of any individual country or trading bloc.
Yes, I wasn't speaking of Canada purely in terms of trade, though you've answered it that way. Let me switch to Ukraine. And the previous session here was about Ukraine and what would take us towards a durable peace. Do you think that there is a risk that a deal with Russia at this point rewards it for taking territory by force?
No, I don't, because ultimately, whatever the deal that's made is going to have to be agreed to by both sides, mediated by the United States. Certainly, we've seen, just today I was reading that Umarov has been with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for the last 3 days in Miami, and they had just got back from Moscow. And so I think this is how negotiations work, how shuttle diplomacy works. And this is probably our best chance. We're close. We're closer than we've ever been to peace. And this is, as President Trump has said, this is a tough situation to get to the right spot. And ultimately, this war needs to end. It's been going on for almost 4 years with millions of casualties and real devastation to country Ukraine, which I just visited 4 weeks ago myself, and met with all the key people. I went over to Kharkiv to see firsthand sort of how technology, especially, is being deployed on the battlefield, and how Ukraine's continuing Russian invasion. And but we should all be encouraged.
Because you have to do here. Again.
Peace in any climate.
الأوكرانيين على الأوكرانيون أن يوافقوا على أي اتفاق، والروس أيضا ينبغي أن يبرهنوا أنهم لديهم نية صافية بإنهاء هذه الحرب. هل أعضاء حلف شمال الأطلسي والأوروبيون منهم بشكل أساسي يؤمنون بأن الناتو سوف تدافع عنهم إذا ما قررت روسيا يوما من الأيام؟
Article 3 comes before Article 5, which says that each member country is going to contribute not only to the collective defense, but their individual defense. And so we need everybody to continue to invest. But like, especially on the eastern flank, which would be the most likely place for, if Russia were to make a foolish mistake and try to challenge the NATO alliance. I mean, Finland is a rock star when it comes to providing for their own defense, and population-wise, not a huge country, but they have a all of country approach, all of society approach that really a lot many of us could learn from. And then the Baltics, they're all at 5% already, if not this year, then next year. Poland, certainly a very strong country militarily and continues to get stronger. And all down the line, I was just in Romania several weeks ago, where I saw a fast deployment of French troops to Romania to exercise. And Turkey obviously has the largest army in NATO, and so I feel good about where we are. But could we be better? Sure. Could we be even ready, more ready than we are now? Yes. But at the same time, the United States and all NATO allies take our Article 5 commitments in the treaty very seriously. And, we practice, we exercise, we have plans, and we have always looking for ways to get stronger and even increase deterrence from where we're at today. So I don't, the likelihood of that happening anytime soon, if at all, I think would be very low. But at the same time, I've said this before, Russia is very reckless, and ultimately you can't predict what they will do. The hybrid threats and activities have been, well documented. And so we just need to continue to get stronger and to make sure that we don't demonstrate an inch of weakness, because we're not weak. NATO is not only strong now, but, as we continue to implement the 5% commitment from The Hague, I think we're going to be, really not only the strongest alliance in the history of the planet, but really a dramatic force to be reckoned with.
Mm-hmm. We're in the Middle East. The national security strategy talks about, thankfully, a striking word, the US being able to withdraw somewhat from the Middle East. What does that mean, including for the large military base here in Qatar?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we need to appreciate is that recognition is that the United States cannot be the world's policeman. We cannot be this rapid deployed force that goes everywhere to settle every conflict. We expect our allies to step up. We expect our allies to be strong as well and collaborate and cooperate with the United States. I mean, here in Qatar, obviously, great ally, probably one of our best allies outside of NATO, if not the best non-NATO ally, and a country that wants to commit to modernizing and making sure that they have the weapons and forces that can be a net security provider. And I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for our allies to develop themselves, to be interoperable with the United States and our other allies, and that is what's going to be the force multiplier for the United States, so that we don't have to have aircraft carriers and battleships, cruising everywhere at all times, that we can rely on our friends and partners and allies to do some of that heavy lifting as well. And at the same time, the United States provides unique capabilities. And I think we're always going to have those conversations, both on a bilateral level, inside of NATO and elsewhere, to talk about who can bring what capabilities, how ready are they. I mean, it's a very sophisticated way of doing things. Only the United States can do it, and we will continue to lead, but we're going to obviously expect others to step up and not just be hope that the United States shows up, with our Marines or our Army or Air Force, or Navy at any given time, just because there's a crisis that could have been resolved at the regional level. So I think I think, for me, the national security strategy, as I've had a chance to digest it just over the last less than 48 hours. I think I woke up yesterday and it was in my inbox. Is a
the world is with you on that. Yeah,
is a clear-eyed statement of not only the United States continuing to do what it wants to do, but a refocusing again on our priorities. And I said it, it's the homeland.
I just want to be clear though. Are you calling for Middle Eastern countries to spend more on defense?
Yeah, I think the NATO standard is now the worldwide standard. I think the 5%. And the formula that we developed is the worldwide standard. I think we expect countries to dramatically increase their own defense capabilities. Obviously, U.S. weapons and munitions are the best. We need to look for co-production opportunities, not only of Patriot missiles, but of all types of weapons and joint ventures. But the thing that we need to collaborate with our friends and allies the most is in dropping the price of a lot of these systems, because what we've learned from Ukraine, we've learned a lot of lessons. One of the lessons we've learned, I think, is that good enough when you're fighting a war is oftentimes the standard. These exquisite systems just are not going to make sense when you're firing expensive missiles against Shaheds. You're going to lose that money game of war, unfortunately. And so we're going to look for cheaper, attritable air defense. We're going to do it much more effectively and efficiently. And that's what, again, that's going to be the defense and the strength that guarantees and ensures peace.
The ambassador has kindly said he will take a couple of questions, and we're going to squeeze them in.
They have to be good questions.
They have to be good ones, and they have to be short. He's short of time. There's one right in the front here.
Thank you, Ambassador. President Trump has this very
Excuse me, would you like to say who you are?
Yes, I'm Gustavo Alegrete. I'm an international reporter and TV anchor. I'm based in Washington, D.C. President Trump has been very tough with Spain, asking the government of Spain to increase from 2 to 5% within the NATO. And the government has been reluctant to do so. Actually, in the opening, we hear this morning from the Foreign Affairs Minister of Spain saying, it's not what you allocate in terms of money, but in terms of delivering what the NATO is asking to the government. And Spain is complying with all what NATO has asked to Spain.
Excuse me, it is a good question, except it's not yet a question. Please, could you go to that bit?
No, you said that the standard is 5%. You have been in Spain recently, as you mentioned.
I was.
What was your message to the Spanish government?
Yeah.
They have not changed their position.
Thank you. Can we get that there? And I'm going to take the woman here in blue.
You're really good at running an efficient ship here.
I have a clock in front of me.
Yes, big congratulations to the moderator. Excellent moderation. Ambassador, Katarzyna Pisarska, I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum. And as you've been so kind to mention, Poland has been spending 2% since starting from 2014 and 5% before it was sexy and expected. And yet, I have to say today in Poland, there is waning confidence that the United States will deliver. We are worried that the type of negotiations the current administration is conducting with Moscow over our heads, negotiations where your administration shows us plans where it is discussed, again, without our presence, where European fighter jets will be located.
Again,
what would you tell?
Forgive me for all your nice compliments.
Yeah,
we're very
what would you tell today to the Polish society? What would you tell to the Eastern Flag members, which are actually thinking whether America is really committed or is simply selling out Europe?
Thank you.
Both great questions, and I will answer these as efficiently as possible. But now everybody in the room can see what I'm dealing with at NATO. But
you're dealing with a lot of European questions.
I just heard this from Minister Sikorski, a couple of days ago when we had our foreign ministerial in Brussels. So I'm very familiar with the Polish thoughts on not only the original 28-point plan, which is obviously not what is being discussed right now, and where we're at with our allies and making sure that they either participate or are kept informed on the negotiation. So I'll come back to that. First, I want to talk about Spain because I was just in Spain a couple weeks ago, and I met with senior defense and foreign ministry officials. And what I would tell you, and what I said to them is they are right that it is all about NATO capabilities. We all sat down. The Supreme Allied Commander of Europe sat down and said, if a war breaks out on the continent, this is what you're all bringing to the fight. And Spain has a very clear list of what they need to do. And their position continues to be that it will take them 2% to provide those capabilities. We all agreed to disagree at The Hague, and Spain agreed to the declaration. There was no footnote, no exception for Spain. And so, history will tell. And Spain, I will guarantee you, will have those capabilities. Price tag, we'll find out. Smart people that know how much these capabilities cost say it's going to be more than 2%, but again, time will tell. And I'm excited because Spain has dramatically underspent for years and was probably below 1.5%, that this year they're going to be 2% with an economy that's growing their GDP. And so, I see a lot of great opportunities for Spain to get increased capabilities and be an equal ally with the rest of us, like they've agreed to in all the documents. On Poland, the United States is a great friend and ally to Poland, both bilaterally and within NATO. I think we are trying to end this war in Ukraine, and oftentimes, you don't go into butcher shop halfway when the sausage is being made and complain that you don't like the looks of the sausage. So, I feel like we're all on the same page. With Secretary Rubio involved in the process, I'm fairly confident that all perspectives will be considered. But at the same time, we need to find if there's a deal that can even be made. And I think it's been pretty clearly communicated that whatever was in the 28-point plan, that there are now 4 different streams. There's the NATO work, there's the EU work, that have been separated out from the Russia-Ukraine peace process and the U.S.-Ukraine conversations, and those are all happening in real time. But until we have a deal, even at the basic level between Russia and Ukraine, we're just, it's premature, I think, to worry about where European fighter jets are stationed or not. But I will say this, and I think it's pretty clear, and the Secretary General has said this as well. It's very clear that that Russia is not on the North Atlantic Council, doesn't have a vote at the North Atlantic Council, and so and I don't see any peace deal changing that dynamic.
Ambassador, we're going to have to stop there. I'm still distracted by your sausage metaphor, because you do get a choice about whether to eat it at the end or not, which is one of the serious points.
I want to enter into it.
Serious points at issue here. Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, we're going to have to stop there. Please join me in thanking the ambassador.
Please recommend this. Nice to see you again. That's very Thank you. So next to that, please, I would figure out after my God. Thanks. Will explain safety outlet. It's fascinating. Lots of together and also at this point. So again, so smart. I think that's great. Yeah, so you can see rats are very President Trump seems to solve the offer. There is a job. Okay. Let's leave that. Sorry. Yes. All right.
This is Jonel Sagino Remix. He's back.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now, the devastating war on Gaza, which an increasing number of human rights experts describe as a genocide, is a stark reckoning for the entire global community. It also underscores the urgent need to confront our failures in the pursuit of accountability and in our implementation of our collective responsibilities. As the violence in Gaza continues, despite a ceasefire, the world is now being forced to re-examine not only how we arrived here, but what meaningful action is now required to prevent further suffering and further catastrophe. Our next panel discussion, The Gaza Reckoning, Reassessing Global Responsibilities and Pathways to Peace, is an opportunity for us to confront some of the hard questions and explore what a principled and practical way forward can and should look like. It is my pleasure now to introduce to the stage all of our distinguished panelists, Their Excellencies, José Manuel Albares, the Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Spain, His Excellency Badr Abdelati, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Espen Barth Eide, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Norway, and Dr. Manal Radwan, Minister Plenipotentiary at the Cabinet of the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And last but not least, our moderator, Dr. Comfort Arrow, CEO and President of the International Crisis Group.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this afternoon session. And ministers, really great to have you all on the stage with us this afternoon to focus on what is surely on everybody's mind, the Gaza reckoning, reassessing global responsibilities and our pathways to peace as well. We have 45 minutes, a number of important questions that we want to get through. I mean, it's almost 2 months since the bombs have largely, though not completely, stopped falling on Gaza, which this moment offers us a crucial time to reflect on not only the war, but the development of the last 2 months and then what happens after. And nobody needs reminding, but we should remind ourselves of just the painful cost of the war in terms of human lives lost. 70,000 dead is the most estimation, and the lives of 2 million already shattered. And the regional order has been largely transformed, with violence reverberating. Even in this peaceful city capital of Doha has felt the rippling effects of the war in Gaza as well. Now, ministers, while it's true that fighting has paused in Gaza, there is still the wider conflict to deal with as well. And I want to do something that I think is really important and very good that Doha has put it on the agenda, is to shine a spotlight on us, the so-called international community, and the role of the international community in this particular conflict. You know, we often use the role of we often use this terminology, international community, as though there's a community of states, community of organizations, community of leaders, like-minded, who are striving towards the same goal. But I think also I'm hoping for honesty as to why. I think a lot of people would say there have been moments of glaring failure in how the international community has been handling the Gaza crisis as well. So I would like us, as far as possible, to really be able to zoom in on what, frankly, do we mean by the international community in a day and age of the horrors that we've been watching in Gaza. So I'm going to ask you all to start with one question I'd like to put to all of you, and then I'll zoom in specifically on each of you to answer a further question. So, as I said, Minister Albares, let me start with you, sir. We have now 2 months into the conflict and into what a lot of people are describing as President Trump's 20-point plan, as enshrined most recently in the Security Council resolution that yourselves and a number of other states were pursuing. Now, as I was listening to you this morning with the Prime Minister discussing, the plan is now stuck between a prolonged, I think you'll agree, a prolonged phase 1 and a stalled phase 2. At least that's the way in which, that's my conclusion from what the Prime Minister was saying this morning. What specific things do you think each one of you, be great to get a sense of what are the specific things that you think should happen over the next 2 months to make sure that we don't get stuck in this no war, no peace situation? And let me start with you first, Minister.
I think we have a glimpse of hope at this moment, but we really have to move very quickly to go to phase 2, and that goes through consolidating the ceasefire. It is unacceptable that we have a ceasefire that is permanently being violated. We continue having every week several dozens of innocent Palestinians being killed. This has to stop. We need massive humanitarian assistance to be able to enter to the Gaza Strip, and we have to put UN agencies at the heart and at the center of the distribution that must be done with impartiality and independence. And we must make sure that the people of Gaza, as anyone else in the world, have normal and regular access to food. Secondly, we have to make sure that very quickly, in any transitional institution, body, entity, we have the Palestinian Authority at the center and at the heart. We cannot think about the future of the Middle East, the future of Gaza, not having the Palestinians at the heart of everything we do. And as the international community, we have to make sure, we have to help the UN and the Palestinian National Authority to be at the center. Same thing when it comes to reconstruction. And finally, we focus on Gaza because there is where the war is still going on. But let's not forget about the West Bank. We need also the violence of the settlers to stop and to make sure that we continue sufficiently funding the Palestinian Authority, because there is the real risk of financial collapse of the Palestinian Authority, and that would be a catastrophe for the Palestinian people and for the whole Middle East.
Thank you for bringing that link between Gaza and the West Bank. Minister, can I just push a little bit further, because from watching from the outside in, it looks as though that the UN is playing a secondary role, that it doesn't have that traditional leading role that we normally expect from the United Nations, not the Security Council, but the UN itself, to play the role that you are suggesting that it can play. So how do you see the UN being brought in a more sort of legitimate way than it is currently playing?
I think that the real risk that we have right now is duplicity. On once creating entities and bodies that would do what the UN has been doing for decades. Very specifically, UNRWA, that is an indispensable body for the future of millions of Palestinians everywhere. We have to uphold it. It's too secondary right now. We have to bring it at the center of the table. And the same thing, if the Palestinian Authority has already things or entities that have been working, let's not make duplication of them. Let's use them for training the police, for water, for justice. Very simple things, but that can be the very first layer of a future Palestinian state.
Thank you very much. Foreign Minister Abdullahi, I see you're taking notes there, but the ministers put a spotlight on the Palestinian Authority, and Egypt, for example, has been taking sort of a leading role in the efforts to stand up a Palestinian technocratic committee to manage the Gazan affairs in the near term as well. But there's still a lack of clarity about their role vis-a-vis and their relationship vis-a-vis the Board of Peace, and we're still waiting for the formal announcement of that Board of Peace as well. But how do you see the relationship between that Palestinian Technocratic Committee, especially when you listen to Minister Albares, how do you see the relationship between them and the Board of Peace?
Well, first of all, I would like just to subscribe to what my dear friend Jose mentioned about our priorities now. We have to consolidate the ceasefire, to move forward as soon as possible to the second phase of the Trump peace plan, and as he correctly mentioned, to flood Gaza with all humanitarian and medical aid, and to prepare for the early recovery and the reconstructions of Gaza, because winter is already coming and people are suffering, no shelters. There is nothing left there in Gaza due to the Israeli systematic destructions. As for your question, according to Security Council Resolution 2803, there are 3 transitional bodies. Stabilization Force and the Technical Administrative Palestinian Committee. And I would like to stress the fact they are all transitional, temporary entities. Their mandate, according to the Security Council resolution, should be ended by 31st of December 2027.
Yeah.
As for the Board of Peace, we are waiting now, for the formulation of the board and, of course, its mandate. And this is very, very important. And from our point of view, its main mandate should be the channeling and mobilizing more funds for the early recovery and the reconstructions of Gaza, and of course monitoring those funds, where to be spent and so on. As for the International Stabilization Force, we need to deploy this force as soon as possible on the ground, because one party, which is Israel, is every day violating the ceasefire and claiming that the other side is the one who is violating. So we need monitors. We need international forces to be deployed alongside what's so-called the yellow line, in order to verify and to monitor the upholding of the ceasefire. The mandate should be, from our point of view, of a peacekeeping rather than peace enforcing, you know, and this is very, very important issue. The third body is, the Technocratic Administrative Committee. This is very important. The Palestinians, they should run their own affairs, and they are capable to do so. And of course, this body should take care of the daily life of the people, the basic services, including law enforcement, including provided judicial, policing, health care, you name it. Everything related to the basic services of the people in Gaza should be run by this Technocratic Administrative Committee till the Palestinian Authority will be empowered and will be deployed in Gaza. We have to pinpoint the fact that Gaza and the West Bank are an integral part of the independent Palestinian state, and this is very important. Separation or disengagement is not an option at all. Secondly, Gaza, we cannot afford dividing Gaza. Gaza is one unified party, and we should keep it like that in connection with the West Bank, as I mentioned. And finally, we should operate all the crossings. Israel has 5 crossings with Gaza, and as occupying power, they should open all the crossings to allow the flow of humanitarian and the medical aid into Gaza. As for Rafah crossing, as you all know, it's working, it's open 24/7 from the Egyptian side. The problem is from the other side, because the Israelis are closing the Rafah crossing from Gaza side, and we are insisting, and this is a red line for us, that the Rafah crossing will not be a gate for displacement or for putting people out of their homeland. There is no ethical or moral justification to displace the Palestinians. It's their homeland and they should be there. Only we can allow those who are injured and they need medical assistance from outside, they can leave, and those who finish their medical assistance and their medical treatment, they should go back to Gaza, to their homeland. So it should work, as I mentioned, from the two directions. Otherwise, it will be impossible. And again, it's not going to be a gateway for displacement. It's only for flooding Gaza with humanitarian and medical aid.
Minister, I don't disagree with anything that you said, but because you've raised it yourself about Rafah and about the humanitarian needs and what you want to see Israel do, then let me press you a little bit more about Egypt's own role, because we've watched, over time, it's a historical fact that there's been a tendency for Israel to offload Gaza onto you, but in response, Egypt has wanted to make sure that Israel is seen as the accountable occupying force and then has to play that role in managing the situation in Gaza. But things have changed fundamentally in the last 2 years that also put a burden back onto Cairo in terms of the role that you have to play in not distancing yourself from the realities that are confronting Gaza, but playing a more forceful, playing a more assertive role into Gaza, one that really shows that you are not going to stand by to allow people to be forcefully displaced, but you are going to take a firmer stand. What does that look like practically within the context of the resolution, within the context of the Board of Peace, and within the context of the Technocratic Committee as well?
Well, as you all know, according to the Trump peace plan, it has two important points: no annexation of the West Bank and no displacement. And that's why we accepted the Trump peace plan, and it's very important to focus on that, and it's attached to the Security Council Resolution 2803. Egypt will save no efforts but in their homeland and to help them, of course, to build their own state. There is no solution or sustainable security and stability for Israel or for the Middle East without the state. This is the only game in town. A part of that, all will be temporary solutions. And support Gaza with the humanitarian aid. 70% of all assistance entered into Gaza offered by the people of Egypt and the government of Egypt from all over the world. We are talking about more than 600,000 tons of humanitarian and medical aid into Gaza. We will continue to do that. It's our responsibility, but again, Egypt is not going to govern Gaza, and no single country will govern Gaza, but only the Palestinians, they will govern themselves.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister Espen, can I go back to my very first opening question about what do we need, or what would the one thing that you would like to see to make sure that we don't get into a situation of no war, no peace, that we see a freezing scenario? How do we avoid that type of conundrum if we want to get out of the mess that we're seeing in Gaza, and where you're seeing the very dire state of lives facing Gazans? What do we need to see happen over the next coming weeks?
Thank you, Comfort. First, I want to say that I agree with everything that my two colleagues, both Abdelati and Albares, just said. So I'm not going to say that again, just register that. But to your specific question, I think the number one answer is get the sequencing right and get these institutions into place. Because the 20-point plan, which we all supported because all of us were in Sharm El Sheikh together and, you know, gave our imprimatur on this Trump plan. The plan says many of the right things, but it's not very clear what happens first and what happens next. Yes, there are phases, but that means that the different parties can always say, I will do my part, but only when he has done his part, and vice versa. That's a problem. So we need to work on the sequencing, and we need to get these these temporary government institutions, the International Security Force, and the Board of Peace in place this month, because it's very urgent. And you are so right, Comfort, because we are now in a very fragile ceasefire, and we can either go forward or backward. I don't think we can stay many more weeks in this situation. The alternative is back to war, or descent into total anarchy, or we move forward. And I think those are the key answers to that question. Get the sequencing right, get the institutions in place. And as Badr Abdelati very rightly said, they are temporary, and people need to know today that they are temporary and that they are on the path towards real Palestinian governance under the PA.
Can we just zoom in, because the sequencing issue is always a conundrum in any peace process, and you've been involved in various peace processes, and it's very true that it matters how you sort of weave things together as well. But let's zoom in on the International Stabilization Force. The minister put a spotlight on the role of Israel, but Israel is also seeking one issue around decommissioning, disarmament. Now, short of using force, how else are you going to do that? And how do you begin to put a force together where you're asking people to fight? Who wants to put themselves, or which country is about to mandate its own forces to go into the kind of situation where, you know, you've got Hamas on one side and Israel on the other side, and the real demand in the room is around decommission? How do you begin to do that? What does sequencing look like with that reality as well?
So a week ago, I met the foreign minister of a large Muslim country who has said that they're ready to provide a large number of troops. But he very understandably said, what are the rules of engagement? What is the exact mandate? What are these troops going to go do? Because I have to tell my people what they're going to prepare their troops for. And that answer is not very clear. Exactly as, are they actually going to try to go down to the tunnels and fight Hamas? Or are they going to work with a Palestinian temporary authority where Hamas will actually voluntarily hand in their weapons and demobilize, which they have said they're ready to do when the institutions are in place. So it's back to the sequencing issue. And I think, frankly, it's very unlikely that we will get any consensus on an international force that will do the job of physically disarming Hamas against their will. It has to be part of a broader understanding. And to the extent you need something like that, I think it has to be Palestinian. And that's a hard sell, but I think that is one of the questions that we need to clarify very soon in order to get anywhere here. And then the International Stabilization Force will be a peacekeeping force, overlooking, reporting, making sure that this progresses, but where the key actors have to be Palestinians, including that new transitional governance, and the police officers that have actually been trained in Egypt, ready to go in when time is right.
Thank you. I'll come back to ask you a further question, but actually let me. There's another question that I have at the top of my mind. This has very much been described as an American peace plan, and each of you have had a role to play in getting us to Sharm el-Sheikh as well. And I wanted to ask you specifically, Minister, about whether this plan itself, because it's seen as an American plan, whether that itself is a challenge in terms of the progress going forward in getting it to be internationally acceptable, or whether you think the fact that you've got a major player like the United States gives it the necessary leverage, strength that it requires to get it past the first two phases as well.
So, Comfort, my answer to that is yes, it's an American plan, which is a good thing, because that's why this could be, you know, President Trump could speak with a strong voice to Netanyahu that he had to accept this plan. So it needed to be an American plan, but it picks up key elements of an Arab plan, which José Manuel and I have been supporting, but the main actors are our regional friends, and this has been very much what Spain and Norway and Slovenia and Ireland saw, that we needed to link up to a very promising initiative among a number of Arab and Muslim countries to come forward with this element of this plan. So when we all met in New York a month or two before the ceasefire, we spelled out some more elements of this plan, and this is not identical to the Trump plan, but there are elements in the Trump plan that you can recognize from that plan. Could it have been better? Yes, it could be more specific on timelines and sequence, but it's much better than any realistic alternative that has been on the table in a manner that could be implemented. So I think there have been many contributors to getting us to where we are, but it was important that President Trump himself in person was convinced that there was something to build on from this idea that you can't just, you can't just stop the war in Gaza and believe the problem is solved. There is a deeper problem. This is one of many wars. At best, this particular war in Gaza is over. There have been many. But the deeper underlying conflict is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and that is, only beginning to be solved at best. And here is why we need to build this bridge from the immediate need of stopping this war and feeding people and getting the sort of key infrastructure in place in order to build a political solution which will take away the cause for new wars.
I mean, thank you. That's a really nice way to segue to Minister Manuel, because one of the roles that Saudi Arabia has been focused on is the notion of a two-state solutions, and the global alliance that you've been working with France and other countries of the global south to make sure that we don't lose sight of the original focus of the Arab Peace Initiative that your country has driven as well. Are the two compatible today? The Trump 20-point peace plan, the resolution that was signed by the Security Council, does that framework sit side by side very well with that global alliance for a two-state solution? Or do you think that it's now become a challenge? The reason I raise it is that there's a sense in which that original idea may have been watered down or become vaguer within the context of the 20-point peace plan.
Well, thank you, Comfort. And, I want to first start by thanking the State of Qatar and commending them for this very important forum, which is a demonstration and a testimony to Qatar's role in bringing stability and security not only to our part of the world, but the whole world at large. And thank you also for International Crisis Group for the great work that you've been doing. I want to correct one thing, and I want to say the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution is an idea that came out after many different diplomatic efforts. Spain has led the way beforehand, and the Global Alliance actually between Norway, Saudi Arabia, and the EU, and even that Saudi Arabia's partner in this as a chair of the Arab OIC. So it brings in a lot of partners into this. And I want to say that the Global Alliance has centered around the idea of implementation and around the fact that almost everyone in the international community agrees that the two-state solution is the only solution forward. So if that is so, then it is asking people what is it that they are going to do to bring this implementation and make it possible. You ask me, is this compatible with the 20-point peace plan? I would say yes, of course, because also the 20-point peace plan was something that Egypt to Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Jordan and others have also played a very important role in shaping with the United States. It actually brings hope that there is a peace plan that has the President of the United States be committed to, and we all know that a leader-driven diplomacy is the best diplomacy and the most best way to ensure implementation, which is exactly brings us back to the Global Alliance and the effort that has been put there. And if you see that the 20-point plan does not only address the crisis that is happening in front of us, but it actually talks about Palestinian self-determination, and it talks about a political path, which again is very much aligned with the Global Alliance. We hope that moving forward, first, I think I want to also go back to say that I want to say that the most crucial thing avoid redefinition and moving again very important objectives that the plan laid forward. Whether it is the importance of sequencing or whether it is the importance to realize that, first of all, Gaza is not a case on its own. This is extremely important. Gaza is about the Palestinian conflict. It is not just about Gaza. So we have to be very, very careful about that. And if we talk about security, or if we talk about humanitarian access, or if we talk about the plight of moving from one stage to the other, we cannot do that in absence of the ultimate objective. And the ultimate objective is security for all. It is regional integration, which is embedded in the realization of a Palestinian state. If we don't have that in mind, then there is no plan in the world will be able to drive us not only from one stage to the next, but also to prevent another spiral of violence.
Can I, Minister Espen wants to come in, but I just want to ask you a further question. You seem to imply or you are suggesting that there should be consequences for any of the actors who seeks to block the process. What kind of consequences are you suggesting?
Well, one important element which I have alluded to, which is we cannot be open to redefinition and renegotiation of what we have already agreed to, and also what was issued as a Security Council resolution that was passed and welcomed by all parties. So we cannot go back and redefine what we mean by ceasefire, what we mean even by disarmament, what we mean by a Palestinian-led process in governing Gaza, also what is implied in unification of Gaza and the West Bank, and the ultimate objective of the Palestinians' right to self-determination. We cannot be redefining these things back and forth and getting ourselves into a sidetrack that gets us into so many details about what, who, when, and we lose sight of the overall and the core of the conflict.
Yeah.
And I want to say that we have seen this movie before. We have seen this cycle before, although the last episode in Gaza was very devastating and maybe the most devastating, but we have arrived at this stage before where there is a war in Gaza, then there is an engagement by the international community, then there is a search for humanitarian assistance, and then political fatigue, and then we forget about it, but only that we could see another more violent cycle of violence erupt. And the idea which is central to this, if we do not ensure the security and the political aspiration of Palestinians being fulfilled, then there is no security for anyone, including Israel and including the rest of the region, but also the world at large.
Espen, I know you want to come in on that, and a question that I want from all four of you as well is to be very specific about what do we mean about linking Gaza and the West Bank together in practical terms, what that means within the context of this current plan. Espen, please.
No, I just want to say that what Dr. Manal Radwan just said is just so incredibly important. It's a 20-point plan. All the points matter. They are connected. It's a compromise between several inputs. It has been endorsed by the Security Council, and we had a very impressive display of top leaders in Sharm el-Sheikh saying that this is the plan, and 4 guarantors to look after that, including both the host country, Qatar, and Egypt, of course, and Turkey and the US. So it's very, very, very important that all these elements are implemented, because there will be people who would only want pieces of it, and there's a real risk that there will be a lot of attempts to try to say, I mean, I prefer point this, that, and 7, you know, whatever, but not the rest. And if that happens, the whole thing will unravel. And I just so strongly want to endorse what she just said, because this is the outcome of very of fast but very sincere conversation of where we have to go. And point 19 of the 20-point plan is what points towards the long-term objective of a Palestinian state. It could have been clearer, but it's clear enough that it suggests where we are supposed to head. And I want to say one thing, that there are so many Western countries who say only if the PA reforms. Well, I'm all for reform, and I'm actually working with them on specific reforms every single day. But we cannot say that as you know, the right to self-determination is not dependent on whether you fulfill a reform. I mean, you cannot get it that way. It's the other way around. You shall be independent, and we will help you, and reform will take you faster to that road. That's two different things.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Could I ask the four of you, because as we're watching what is happening in Gaza, we're watching a very different acceleration of annexation happening in the West Bank. And you've all pointed to linking Gaza with the West Bank, but what does that mean in practical terms, especially vis-a-vis a messaging, enforcement, consequences towards Israel? Minister, let me start with you, because I know that you've often voiced your concern and asked for the European Union to take a stronger stance on Israel. And right now, I don't see how you get to link the two without addressing this conundrum that you've raised yourself.
For me, it's three things. The first one is to make clear that we will never recognize any type of annexation. That is completely out of question. That's as a principled position. The second one, in the short term, is very simple things, like who will be delivering the humanitarian aid and water, justice, police and security. All those things must be from channeling to training, to taking care of that under one single Palestinian Authority. Once again, let's not duplicate. That's the first way of bringing both of them together.
And you heard what Minister Espen said about this notion that you want a reformed PA, that idea that the European member states often push. You will take that message back to your other colleagues.
And I think that one thing is wrong. We are asking the Palestinian Authority to deliver as if we were talking about a European state. When we see that they are being all the time undermined, we see how the taxes that they should be getting are being withheld by Israel. So if we give them the means to be able to deliver, then we can hold them accountable. But first, I agree totally with Aspen, let them deliver. And at the end, for me, bringing both together is very simple. Is Gaza and the West Bank connected by a corridor with an exit to the sea and its capital in Jerusalem, in East Jerusalem, under one single authority. We start with very simple things: water, justice, police, security, and then the final horizon is very clear.
Thank you very much. Minister, please, over to you.
Well, again, I mean, the connectivity between Gaza and the West Bank is extremely important. You know, we cannot speak about final solution. We cannot speak about stability in the region without, as I mentioned, having the Palestinian state. And Palestinian state means Gaza and the West Bank, all territories occupied on the 5th of June 1967. The situation in the West Bank is not, you know, is even more worse than in Gaza. You know, every day you have attacks by the settlers to terrorize the civilians. They are pushing them from remote areas into a heavily populated cities with one objective later on to displace them. And this is the same what they are trying to do in Gaza. So settlers' violence, also the confiscation of lands, settlement activities, this settlement plan to which will divide the north of West Bank from the south, it will make the realization of the Palestinian state on the ground impossible. So we have to be careful also on what's happening in the West Bank. And again, as Espen mentioned, we have to deal with the Trump peace plan as an integral part, as one unit. It's been stipulated that withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza should be implemented within the second phase of the Trump peace plan. And this is very, very important. And without that, we cannot talk about stability in the region. Also, political horizon in the Trump peace plan, this is very, very important. It's not all about security measures, about ceasefire, about humanitarian and medical aid. It's more than that. Without creating hope for the people in Gaza and the West Bank, and without having a political horizon which will lead to the realization of the Palestinian state, I don't think that we will have stability. And one final issue with regard to the connectivity between Gaza and the West Bank is the Palestinian Authority. And this is very important. We have to empower the Palestinian Authority to be deployed in Gaza in order to ensure the unity and the integration between Gaza and the West Bank.
Thank you very much. We've got just over 2 minutes left, and I want to end with Manuel and then with Minister Espen as well. How do you avoid a situation, Manuel, proposed peace, but one that reflects truly what Palestinians want? How does Saudi see its role in making sure that the peace that comes in is not one that is imposed from the outside, but it lives up to the expectations that you set?
Well, first of all, it needs to be Palestinian-led. The Palestinians need to be front and center. And that is very obvious from all the diplomatic efforts that we are trying to do, and the voice of the Palestinians that we want to carry over everywhere, including with the United States. But let me say one thing about reform, because I think your question is extremely important. Look, the Palestinians have been reforming for the past 30 years. And we have President Mahmoud Abbas had put a robust reform plan that he committed himself to, because this is good for the Palestinians. Saudi Arabia, of course, is committed, and we work on a daily basis with the PA to help in its reform plan. But what we need is actually to really get into a sustainable peace and security, and to end this conflict, and to implement President Trump's 20 peace plan, and to implement the Security Council resolution, is a reformed Israeli government. We have an Israeli government that opposes the two-state solution. We have an Israeli government that has officials continuously entice against Palestinians, against Arabs, against Muslims. We don't see that we have a partner for peace, not even a partner for a sustainable ceasefire. So that is the actual and the important reform that we are hoping to see.
I'm going to cut it off there, Espen. I was going to bring you in because the way in which you ended, I think, is already an important point, that you need a partner for peace on the other side, and that is part of the next sort of critical conundrum that we need to address when we think about all the lessons from all the way that all four of you have worked effectively as partners to get us to September, and now to get to the next going months. Espen, you're going to force me to give you the final word. Please go ahead. I'm not going to stop you.
But for exactly the reason that Manal mentioned, we have to take away the de facto veto that Israel has endured for decades.
Right.
They have a voice, but they cannot be the sole decider of what happens to a territory that they illegally occupy.
A perfect way to end our session. Thank you so much, all four of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ero, for guiding this discussion on Gaza. Thank you to all of your panelists as well. As I invite you to take your seats, a reminder that what we discussed here, this vital discussion, is one that strikes at the very heart, at the very core of our theme here at the Doha Forum this year. Transforming dialogue into concrete action for justice in Palestine, but also recognizing that peace can only be achieved if it involves Palestinians themselves, and of course, if it is done through genuine justice and accountability. Now, for too long, of course, we all know that the scale of human suffering and justice in Gaza hasn't just been shaped by the actions of those directly involved, but too often by the insufficient, inconsistent, and at times conspicuously silent responses from governments. By the actions of those directly involved, but too often by the insufficient, inconsistent, and at times conspicuously silent responses from governments that could have done more to end the violence, that could have used its weight and its leverage to do more, but chose to do nothing, or worse, kept fueling the war machine, providing not just weapons, but financial support and political cover for the war crimes being committed against Palestinians. And as we continue to complete our set change, just a couple more words about Gaza and why it matters so much to anyone who is serious about pursuing justice and accountability around the world. While much of the international community has fallen short, hasn't delivered on its promises and its commitments to uphold its own humanitarian and international legal obligations, it was refreshing to hear from some of the countries, some of the governments that have stepped forward with greater moral clarity. Governments and countries like Spain and Norway, as well as hearing from some of the players in the region, Saudi Arabia and Egypt. Both have been using some of their leverage behind the scenes to push the parties towards a more peaceful resolution. Now the set is ready for our next session. Can I ask you to please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen? Our next segment is about to begin. Christian, you beat me to it. Let me just quickly say that it is with a newsmaker who is a leader that has transformed and dominated global headlines over the last 12 months. He's altered the trajectory of his country's history. If you'll remember, 1 year ago, almost to the day, as we gathered here at the Doha Forum on the 8th of December 2024, Christian, you were here. We got news that he led opposition forces and factions that toppled Syria's longtime leader, Bashar al-Assad. His ascent from militant commander to head of state marks one of the most dramatic and consequential shifts in recent Middle Eastern history. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of Syria, Ahmed al-Shara, who joins Christian Amanpour for a newsmaker interview.
Thanks, Gita.
See you. I'm talking and everyone is, but you were good. But it's funny how people, yeah, but say it again. We await the arrival of President Ahmed al-Shara of Syria. He should be making his way to this hall any moment now. Christian Amanpour waiting for this discussion to begin.
Prowling.
Give us a preview.
No.
What do you intend to ask?
Oh, no.
You're keeping your cards close to your chest. So we will wait, but he should be coming in.
Yeah, I
any
know
moment,
he was
Christian.
waiting, so he'll be
So
here.
please, obviously, don't go anywhere. This conversation will begin, hopefully, in the next few seconds. Hopefully. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Syrian President, Ahmed al-Shara.
How are you? Please. Just going to get mine in there. All right, everybody. Mr. President, welcome. Everybody's looking forward to hearing from you. It's almost exactly a year ago that we were all gathered here and we heard the news that your forces were storming towards Damascus and that President Assad at the time fled. So it caused a bit of an earthquake in this room and in international communications and policy. So here we are 1 year later. You, Mr. President, have brought Syria out of its international isolation. You've been here, you've been there, you've been in the White House, you've been at the UN, you have been all over the place. Let's start by asking you whether you believe that Syria is fully integrated into the international community, and whether you have hope that your economy is on the way to being fixed.
بسم الله. أول شيء شكرا لهذه الاستضافة. في الحقيقة سوريا مرت بمراحل خطيرة خلال 100 سنة الماضية، وبالأخص خلال 60 سنة الماضية. فسوريا كانت تعيش حالة عزلة كبيرة، وتعيش أيضا في حصار اقتصادي خانق. سياسات النظام السابق دفعت أغلب الأطراف الإقليمية، بل يعني معظمها، والأطراف الدولية للانكفاء عن سوريا. فلذلك العالم كان محروم من الواقع السوري، وسوريا أيضا حرمت من العالم. نعم، في مثل هذه الأيام كنا نتهيأ للدخول على دمشق، وكنتم في هذا المؤتمر صحيح، ولربما غيرنا مخطط هذا المؤتمر في ذاك الوقت أثناء التقدم العسكري الذي كان يحصل في دمشق. بعد تقريبا يومين من الآن كان إعلان عن دخول دمشق. خلال السنة الماضية بالتأكيد سوريا استعادت كثير من علاقاتها الإقليمية والدولية، فأصبحت اليوم سوريا تجاوزت مرحلة ترطيب العلاقات، وكل ما تكلمناه في بداية وصولنا إلى دمشق نحن وفينا به، وهذا شكل ثقة كبيرة عند كل الأطراف الإقليمية والدولية. فبالتأكيد نحن نسير في المسار الصحيح. كل الخطوات التي اتخذناها صبت في صالح المصلحة العامة السورية، وسوريا اليوم استعادت موقعها الإقليمي والدولي الهام، وتحولت من منطقة كانت مصدرة للأزمات إلى منطقة أصبح الأمل فيها لأن يكون هناك نوع من الاستقرار، وأن تكون نموذج حي للاستقرار الإقليمي في المنطقة، خاصة مع الاضطرابات الحاصلة في المنطقة. وبالتالي العالم أدرك هذه الفرصة بسرعة كبيرة، وبادل سوريا بشكل سريع للاستفادة من الموقع السوري الهام للاستقرار الإقليمي والتأثير السوري على المحيط الإقليمي في إرساء دعم الاستقرار.
As you said, you're surrounded by a load of countries which potentially may not have any interest in your stability. Let's say Israel. I've talked to several officials here and before I got here. As we know, Israel continues military operations on your country, and it has demanded, I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, sort of a demilitarized zone all the way from Damascus to the border. What is your reaction? Because there are those who don't believe that Israel has an interest in a unified Syria. What do you think Israel's objectives are in your country?
يعني إسرائيل في خلال إدارة أزماتها في المنطقة دائما تصدر الأزمات إلى الدول الأخرى، وتحاول أن تهرب من المجازر المروعة التي فعلتها في غزة، فتحاول أن تصدر الأزمات. وإسرائيل أصبحت تحولت إلى دولة وكأنها تقاتل الأشباح، فكل شيء تبرره بالمخاوف الأمنية بالاضطرابات وتقيس على 7 أكتوبر كل ما يحصل من حولها. أعتقد أن سوريا منذ وصولها إلى دمشق أرسلت رسائل إيجابية تجاه السلام والاستقرار الإقليمي، وسوريا تحدثت بكل صراحة بأن سوريا بلد الاستقرار ستكون، وهي غير معنية في أن تكون مصدرة للنزاعات بما في ذلك إسرائيل. لكن إسرائيل قابلت سوريا بعنف شديد، وتعرضت سوريا إلى اختراق كبير بالأجواء السورية، وتعرضت إلى أكثر من 1000 غارة عسكرية لليوم، أكثر من 400 توغل، وكان نهايتها المجزرة التي ارتكبتها إسرائيل في بيت جن وراح ضحيتها أكثر من 25 إنسان هناك. نحن نستعين على هذا الأمر بالإقناع الدول الإقليمية الفاعلة وأيضا الدول العالمية، فكل العالم اليوم يؤيد سوريا في مطالبها في إعادة انسحاب إسرائيل إلى ما قبل إعادة الأوضاع إلى ما قبل 8 ديسمبر. وأيضا سوريا أصرت على أن يكون على احترامها لاتفاق 1974، وهذا اتفاق صمد لأكثر من 50 سنة، فهو اتفاق بشكل أو آخر كان اتفاق ناجح. فالعبث في هذا الاتفاق رغم أنه يعني يحصل على إجماع دولي وإجماع مجلس الأمن، والبحث عن اتفاقات أخرى كمنطقة عازلة أو ما شابه ذلك، فأعتقد أن هذا ربما يدخلنا في مكان خطر لا نعلم ما الذي سيجري من خلاله، ربما ينجح هذا الأمر أو لا ينجح. فالأفضل الالتزام بالاتفاق 74 الذي نال الإجماع وصمد كل هذه الفترة. ثم المنطقة منزوعة السلاح، دعونا نشرحها. يعني كيف ستكون منطقة منزوعة السلاح؟ من سيحمي هذه المنطقة؟ وإسرائيل دائما ما تقول أنها تخشى أن تتعرض لهجمات من منطقة جنوب سوريا، فما الذي سيتولى حماية هذه المنطقة إن لم يكن تواجد للجيش السوري ولقوات الأمن السورية؟ فأعتقد أن هناك مفاوضات الآن جارية، والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية منخرطة معنا في هذه المفاوضات، وجميع الدول داعمة تجاه انسحاب إسرائيل إلى ما قبل 8 ديسمبر، ومعالجة مخاوف الأمنية المنطقية بين قوسين، مخاوف الأمنية المنطقية بحيث يخرج كلا الطرفين في حالة أمان. ثم سوريا هي التي تتعرض إلى هجمات إسرائيلية، ليست سوريا من تقوم بالهجمات على سوريا، فمن الأولى أن يطالب بمنطقة عازلة وانسحاب.
Now I want to talk about some of the concerns from inside your country. Look, I was at an event the other night for Syria in London, and one of the main speakers said the fall of Assad marks a new dawn for Syria. It's not just the end of our struggle, it is the beginning of a different chapter, one where we are finally allowed to hope, to imagine recovery, and to speak openly about the country we want to build. So let's speak openly, because it's not just the Israeli attacks and other neighbors that you have issues with, but you have an issue with internal unity. And there seems to be tribal, minority, fragmentation, and that's a kind word, and a lot of fear inside your country. So, as you know, you need the US Congress to lift the Caesar Act. That's the last of the very, very important sanctions. And after what happened in Sueda and to the Alawites, etc., there was a pullback. And I want to know whether this is really important enough for you to fix and to try to really do what you said you wanted to do, which was unify your country, and how you think you're going to do that.
أولا أنا أخالفكم في توصيف الحالة أن الناس يشعرون بخوف في سوريا. فاليوم سوريا منذ أسبوع من الآن وإلى بضعة أيام أخرى فهناك الملايين ينزلون بشكل عفوي ويعبرون عن فرحتهم بإسقاط النظام. فهل هؤلاء خائفين؟ فأنا أعتقد أن سوريا بالعكس تعيش في أفضل ظروفها الآن، وسوريا بلد واعي، وليس هناك بلد لا يعاني من بعض المشاكل الداخلية أو هناك سلطة في العالم تحصل على توافق 100%. وخاصة أن سوريا كما تعلمون منذ تقريبا 100 عام تشكلت سوريا الحديثة، ومنذ ذاك الوقت مرت بظروف متعددة ومتطورة، منها كانت مرحلة ما قبل الاستقلال التام عن الاحتلال الفرنسي، ثم مرحلة انقلابات، ثم حكم النظام خلال 60 سنة الماضية. فالسوريون في خلال المرحلة الماضية لم يكونوا يعرفون بعضهم بشكل جيد. يعني في فترة الثورة وما جرى فيها جرى هناك اختلاط كبير ما بين أطياف الشعب السوري، وكان النظام السابق قد أورثنا نزاعات كثيرة بحيث أنه كان يستخدم طوائف ضد طوائف أخرى. لكن نحن منذ بداية قيامنا في المعركة العسكرية راعينا هذا الأمر وغلبنا حالة العفو والصفح عن الكثير من الناس لأجل أن نحصل على مستقبل مستدام آمن للشعب السوري، ونحصل على فرصة أخرى ليتعرف أطياف الشعب السوري على بعضهم. فقمنا أيضا بإشراك كثير من الطوائف في تشكيل حكومة وأيضا في المؤتمر الوطني. فكثير من الإجراءات التي قمنا فيها ساعدت على تهدئة الأوضاع، لأن كثير من الدول التي يحصل فيها نوع من النزاعات تدخل في دوامة ما بعد النزاع بوقت أطول من الحرب بذاتها يعني. فنحن حاولنا أن نتلافى كل هذه الأشياء بإجراءات متتالية وكانت أغلبها صب في حالة ناجحة. لكن نحن لنكن واقعين أيضا، هل تطالب سوريا بأن تحصل على التوافق 100%؟ فهذا الأمر لا يحدث حتى في الدول المتقدمة والمستقرة والتي فيها نوع من الاستقرار. لكن سوريا انتقلت من نظام حكم وانتقلت إلى نظام آخر لا يشبهه على الإطلاق وبعد نجاح ثورة شعبية. فأيضا هناك متضررين من هذا الانتقال، لأن هناك كان مستفيدين كثر من النظام السابق. مع ذلك نحن نحاول أن ندير الأمور. خلال السنة الماضية حققنا إنجازات كثيرة. حصلت بعض الإشكالات التي لا نرضى بها ولا نقبل بها على الإطلاق، ونعمل على محاسبة من يقوم بإحداث هذه الإشكالات. لكن نحن أعتقد أن سوريا تسير في مسار إيجابي وجيد جدا وتنحو نحو الاستقرار، وهناك أيضا نمو اقتصادي يبدأ تدريجيا في ظهور علامات هذا النمو الاقتصادي. وأيضا هناك بيئة خدمية واسعة تحسنت خلال السنة الماضية. الكهرباء كانت تأتي تقريبا ساعة ونصف في اليوم، اليوم وصلنا إلى 12 ساعة إلى 14 ساعة. في نهاية هذا العام إن شاء الله نحقق اكتفاء في الكهرباء ذاتيا، ونعمل على تطوير القطاع الخدمي بشكل مستمر. فسوريا ذاهبة إلى بيئة اقتصادية ناهضة، ومن خلال الاستثمارات الاقتصادية التي تحصل في سوريا ستساعد بشكل كبير على تحقيق الاستقرار. لذلك نحن طالبنا الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وجلسنا مع أعضاء الكونغرس عدة مرات لإقناعهم برفع قانون سيزر الذي وضع بالأساس لمحاسبة النظام السابق لأنه ارتكب جرائم بحق الشعب السوري. فلا ينبغي أن يكون اليوم أداة لتجويع الشعب السوري من جديد. وهذا الأمر متفهم وسرنا مسير جيد فيه، وصلنا إلى أكثر من 95%. والإدارة الأمريكية الحالية بقيادة الرئيس ترامب تدعم مسار رفع العقوبات عن سوريا كما لاحظتم جميعا، وأغلب دول العالم أيضا على نفس هذا النهج. فلا ينبغي أن يكون أيضا مصير الشعب السوري 25 مليون إنسان وكل ما تحمله سوريا من ثقل وموقع استراتيجي هام وأثر في الاستقرار الإقليمي أن يكون مرتبط ببعض الأشخاص غير مقتنعين في رفع العقوبات عن سوريا. فأعتقد أن الأمور ذاهبة باتجاه رفع العقوبات. هذه هي الحكمة والعقل والمصالح المشتركة التي تربط سوريا مع بقية دول العالم.
I just want to go back to some of the minorities who are afraid. So in March, and you said just now atrocities, in March more than 1,400 Alawites, mostly civilians, were killed along the coast. The UN called it possible war crimes. In July, there were hundreds of Druze and people killed as well, and many, many displaced. Can you tell those people from this seat what you will do to make them feel part of a unified Syria and potentially not make them pay for being supporters of the previous regime? I know how these things happened. I was in Iraq when there was the US intervention. I saw what happened on the ground when one party felt victorious and another party didn't. And I just wonder whether there's a sense of triumphalism maybe amongst Sunni Muslims in Syria, and whether you think that you really can knit the country together. I know you said 100% is not possible, but in terms of law, order, rights, and what you feel about making them all part of a new Syria.
بداية سوريا هي التي عرفت معنى التعايش السلمي عبر كل التاريخ. نحن نتكلم عن حضارة عمرها أكثر من 8000 سنة، وفي أول حدث يحصل في التاريخ قبل 1400 سنة يعيش الناس في قلب سوريا من مختلفين الأديان. فسوريا هي التي تعطي دروس للعالم كانت كيف الناس يعيشون مع بعضهم. فاليوم أيضا نحن لا نستطيع أن نعرف أن الثورة كانت هي ثورة سنية فحسب، لأن كل أطياف ومكونات الشعب السوري كان مشارك في هذه الثورة، والمسيحيون تأذوا من النظام السابق، بل حتى العلويين هم أكثر من دفع ضريبة ممارسات النظام السابق من التجويع والفقر رغم استخدامه لأبنائهم. وأنا أيضا لست مع التعريف الذي يقول بأن العلويون هم كلهم كانوا مع النظام أو منتفعين معه، كان يعيش بعضهم في حالة من الخوف والرعب فيما لو انتهى حكم النظام السابق. نحن دخلنا إلى القرى العلوية فرأينا فيها فقر كبير، فيها كذا، حتى من مؤيدين النظام السابق. نحن الآن لدينا ورثنا مشكلة كبيرة لا ذنب لها، كلنا فيها ضحايا. ورثنا مشكلة كبيرة ويجب أن نعالجها بطريقة وبحكمة شديدة جدا. حصلت نزاعات، نعم، نحن شكلنا لجان تقصي حقائق، وأيضا استقبلنا لجان لتقصي الحقائق الدولية، وأنشأنا بعض المحاكم، وأعلن عن بعض المحاكم ممن ارتكب بعض الجرائم التي أشرت إليها في الساحل أو في منطقة السويداء. وهذه من الإفرازات ليست جيدة، لكن أعتقد أنها في مستواها الأدنى رغم فظاعة ما جرى، ونحن لا نبررها بل نحاسب ونشدد بشدة على مواجهة هذا الأمر. ومن بدأ هذا الأمر هم أشخاص من فلول النظام السابق ثم تطور إلى أن وصل لما وصل إليه. لكن أنا أقول أن سوريا هي دولة قانون، والقانون هو الذي يحكمها والذي يحافظ ويصون حقوق الجميع. أنا لست مع التعريف السوري على أنها هي مجموعة من الطوائف تعيش مع بعضها. سوريا دولة بلد مثقف فيه كوادر مثقفة مليئة بالقانونيين ومليئة بالأطباء والمهندسين والموارد البشرية المتنوعة، فبالتالي يليق بها أن تكون دولة قانون، القانون هو الذي يحكمها. فسوريا ليست من الدول النامية بشدة، ربما اقتصاديا هي فقيرة، لكن من ناحية الفكر فهي غنية جدا بالثقافة والفكر. فتعزيز مبدأ القانون والمحاسبة من خلال القانون وتعزيز دور المؤسسات في بناء الدولة الجديدة هو الطريق الذي نصل به إن شاء الله إلى ضمان حقوق الجميع وجميع الأقليات. ونحن تحاورنا مع كل الأطراف وحاولنا أن نثبت مبدأ الشراكة للجميع وليس المحاصصة، لأن تكون بعض الوزارات هي يعني حصة للطائفة الفلانية أو العرق الفلاني، ولكن حولنا هذا الأمر إلى مبدأ التشاركية تجنبا لما حدث في العراق كما ذكرتي في الأول. أعتقد أنها كانت سياسة خاطئة من تقسيم السلطة على الطوائف والأعراق، بل ينبغي أن تكون دائما الحكومات تقنقراط من الكفاءات واختيار بغض النظر عن هوية هذا الشخص أو عرقه أو دينه. فهذا هو الطريق الأسلم وهذا الذي عملنا عليه. فاليوم الطوائف كلها مشاركة في تشكيل الحكومة السورية، كلهم ممثلين في هذه الحكومة لكن دون مبدأ المحاصصة. وأعتقد أن هذا الأمر وسيلة جديدة ربما أيضا تثبت سوريا من جديد أن تسير في مسار صحيح لربما يتعلم منه الآخرون في المستقبل كيف تدار الأمور ما بعد الأزمات والحروب.
I also think you have a lot of fans out there. I've spoken to some nationals, I won't name them up here, who say they want to learn from you. So I'm going to ask you another question. You are, I guess, the first Democrat with a small d who says you want to have participatory government, you want to have rights for everybody, you want to be a president for everybody, and you want Syria to be a nation of laws and civil society. That's hard. It's very hard. There are a lot of people who are wondering whether you do actually, because you know in this part of the world some people get into power and stay forever. Do you see elections as a means to an end for your nation, or is it about, you know, staying for a long time and consolidating all the power you can? I'm just saying because that's what happens in this part of the world a lot.
سوريا ليست قبيلة، سوريا بلد متطور وفيه كثير من الأفكار. هناك اختلاف حسب دائما نظام الحكم في أي دولة مرتبط ارتباط وثيق مع ثقافة البلد والمرحلة التاريخية اللي تسبق إنشاء نظام الحكم. فسوريا بلد قائم على انتخابات، ربما استخدم هذا العنوان بطريقة سيئة في الفترات الماضية، ونحن عمليا لسنا جاهزين في هذا الوقت لإجراء انتخابات على مستوى التمثيل البرلماني، لكن مع ذلك نحن خضنا غمار الانتخابات بطريقة تتناسب مع حال المرحلة الانتقالية وضياع كثير من الوثائق عند الناس. أعتقد لا، أن مبدأ اختيار الشعب لمن يحكمهم هذا مبدأ أساسي تعارفت عليه البشرية، وأيضا هو منصوص في ديننا الإسلامي منذ 1400 عام، أن الحاكم يجب أن ينال غالبية الرضا من الشعب حتى يستطيع أن ينال شرعية تواجده في الحكم. فأنا أؤمن بهذا الشيء، وأعتقد أن هذا مسار يليق بالوضع السوري حاليا. لربما سوريا تحتاج إلى استقرار في البناء، فنحن لا ينبغي لنا أن نربط البناء السوري بالأشخاص، وإنما نربطه ببناء مؤسسات قادرة على الاستمرار لا نهاية. فهذا التحدي هو قائم الآن في خلال المرحلة الانتقالية في ال4-5 سنوات. نحن الآن في مرحلة إعادة بناء الدولة من جديد، فإعادة بناء القوانين من جديد مع الاتكال على الإرث الثقافي الذي تحمله سوريا خلال تعاقبها خلال فترات تاريخها الطويل خلال 7000 سنة. فأعتقد أن سوريا ستسير في هذا النهج، وهو نهج سليم وصحيح، وبناء المؤسسات فيه هو الذي يضمن استمرارية عادلة لبناء الدولة، وليس الاعتماد على الأشخاص، لأن الشخص معرض للمرض أو للموت إذا ارتبطت مصالح كل رعية هذا البلد في شخص واحد، فأعتقد أن هناك مخاطر كبيرة ترتبط فيه. حتى الدول الآن المتقدمة التي لا زالت تحافظ على ملكيات أو إمارات قامت بفعل كثير من الأنظمة في داخلها أصبحت دول مؤسساتية، فهذا ليس عيب فيها أن تكون دول ملكية، لكن سوريا وضعها مختلف لأنها انتقلت من هذه المرحلة وذهبت إلى مرحلة الجمهوريات، فلا يعيب. المهم أن يكون هناك أي بلد سواء كانت ملكية أو جمهورية أن يؤسس فيها نظام مؤسساتي قابل للاستمرار مع وجود الأشخاص أو ذهاب الأشخاص.
Could you just give us like a broad idea of when we'll have actually proper representative elections, like for a president or a prime minister? You say it takes a while, but how long would you say?
نعم، سوريا بعد تحرير دمشق قمنا بإجراء مؤتمر وطني شامل شارك فيه كثير من الناس. انبثق من هذا المؤتمر الوطني إعلان دستوري، وإعلان دستوري مؤقت ريثما يكتب الدستور. فإعلان دستوري أعطى صلاحية للرئيس الحالي أن يستمر لمدة 5 سنوات، ثم بعد ذلك ستبدأ الانتخابات. خلال هذه ال5 سنوات ستنص على كثير من القوانين والإجراءات الداخلية، وأيضا سيكتب الدستور خلال هذه ال5 سنوات وسيعرض على الشعب بشكل عام. فالدستور هو الذي سيكون الجزء الحاكم في البلد أو المرجعية الأساسية لآلية ونظام الحكم في البلد. فبعد 5 سنوات بالتأكيد سنذهب إلى حالة من الانتخابات. طبعا مضى منها سنة، بقي 4 سنوات.
And finally, as you know, you have a past of being a terrorist. I mean, you worked for Al-Qaeda. What do you say to people in this room, in foreign capitals, about where your heart and your mind and your allegiance is now? We see that in parts of Syria, not only, the T word, but also the Islamic Caliphate word. Okay, there's no Islamic Caliphate in Syria. Women seem to be fairly liberated in quite a lot of the areas. Where do you see your history and how you deal with this country going forward in terms of the rights of women? What would you say to maybe some guests sitting in this room who have yet to fully empower and some who absolutely deny women's rights?
أعتقد السؤال فيه كثير من المغالطات لا يشبه بعضه بس مع ذلك نحاول أن نجيب أولا الحكم بأني كنت إرهابي، فهذا هناك كثير من الأحكام مسيسة في الدولة في العالم الآن تجري. فالأحكام على أشخاص بأنهم إرهابي تحتاج إلى دلائل وبراهين، لأن ماذا يعني كلمة إرهابي؟ ما هو تعريف الإرهاب أساسا؟ منذ أكثر من 25 سنة انطلقت هذه العناوين في العالم، وكان هناك اختلاط في فهم معنى الإرهابي. ماذا يعني إرهابي؟ الإرهابي في تصوري هو الذي يقوم بقتل الأبرياء والأطفال والناس ويستعمل الوسائل الغير الشرعية في إيذاء الناس. فإذا وضعنا هذا التوصيف على دول كثيرة في العالم، فنجد أن عدد الضحايا الذين وقعوا في غزة تقريبا 60,000 إنسان وأغلبهم من الأبرياء. النظام السوري خلال 14 عام قتل أكثر من 1,000,000 إنسان في سوريا، وهناك لدينا إلى لحظتنا هذه أكثر من 250,000 إنسان مفقود مغيب، يعني غير معلوم مصيره. نحن حررنا كل السجون لكن لم نجد هؤلاء الناس الذين اختفوا، وتسبب بتهجير أكثر من 14 مليون إنسان، ثم لا يسمى إرهابي. نجد أن حروب حصلت في المنطقة، في العراق، في أفغانستان، في أماكن مختلفة، كل من قتلوا كان أغلبهم إرهابيين، كان أغلبهم الأبرياء، والقتلة يسمون هم من يصفون الآخرين في الإرهابيين. فلذلك أنا أعتقد أن بعد 25 سنة أصبح لدى الناس وعي بمعنى كلمة إرهابي ومن يستحق هذه الكلمة بالضبط. أما على الصعيد الشخصي فأنا لم أؤذي مدنيا على الإطلاق. قاتلت في جبهات متعددة، وأنا قاتلت بنحو أكثر من 20 سنة، وقاتلت بشرف، بل بالعكس تماما. كنت أواجه المخاطر وأعرض نفسي للخطر أنا وكل من معي كي لا يتعرض المدنيون للخطر. وهذه المعركة الأخيرة التي شاهدتموها عندما كنتم تجلسون هنا في السنة الماضية وذهبت الأجندة إلى مكان آخر، فأعتقد أن المعركة كانت كلها رحمة. وهل رأيتم في زمانكم إرهابي يجهز خطة بأكملها خلال 11 يوم يدخل إلى حواضر ومدن كبرى مثل حلب وحمص ودمشق وحماة والدير والرقة وعفوا اللاذقية وطرطوس ودرعا والسويداء دون أن يتأذى إنسان واحد؟ ودخلنا في معركة عسكرية، ومعركة عسكرية صفتها الهدم والدمار والقتل. إنسان واحد لم ينزح من هذه المدن والقرى والبلدات، فهل هذا عمل إرهابي؟ نحن بأيدينا كسرنا قيود السجون التي كانت تعذب الناس وتغتصب النساء وتغتصب الأطفال داخل هذه السجون. نحن من حرر، نحن كسرنا قيد السجن صيدناي الذي كان يحرق عظام الناس بالأسيد. لكن الازدواجية في المعايير بعض الأحيان أعتقد أن الواقع قد كذب كل هذه المقالات، وأدرك العالم نهاية بأن هذه السياسة كانت خاطئة وهذه التوصيفات كانت خاطئة. فلذلك أجمع مجلس الأمن على رفع توصيف الإرهابي عن العبد الفقير.
And you'll guarantee women's rights, that's a separate question, but women are fully empowered.
طبعا هناك عناوين كثيرة يعني تدار في المجتمع السوري، المرأة فيه ممكنة تلقائيا. ونحن عندما كنا في إدلب كنا قد أسسنا جامعة كبيرة هناك فيها تقريبا نحو 26,000 طالب. ثلثين طلاب هذه الجامعة هم من النساء، وكانوا يدرسون في هذه الجامعات حتى يلتحقون بالمؤسسات الحكومية في العمل أو في السوق بشكل عام. فالمرأة في سوريا أعتقد أنها ممكنة وحقوقها محفوظة أيضا، ونحن نسعى لأن تكون هي مشاركة في الحكومة وفي مجلس النواب أيضا في مجلس الشعب. وأعتقد أن ليس هناك خوف على المرأة السورية، خافوا قليلا على الرجل السوري.
President Ahmad al-Shara, thank you very much indeed.
شكرا.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you all to take your seats so that we can begin our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats if you can. Our next speaker is ready, but we will not begin before everyone is seated. So please, if you could, take your seats. Not the first time that no one listens to me, but I see that the message is getting through. So please, if I could have everyone seated so that we can introduce our next speaker. All right. So can we please ask our newsmaker guest, whose name I don't want to reveal just yet, to please make his way to the hall. We are ready to begin. Waiting for a cue. I do not see anyone making their way in, but hopefully they will in the next. Time is of the essence, so we are going to carry on, and all the pieces will fall into place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you'll agree that there hasn't been a dull moment at this Doha Forum so far. Quite a few surprises, and we're only just getting started. Our next newsmaker interview is with the chief diplomat of a nation that has become indispensable to regional stability, a state that mediates conflicts, navigates through geopolitical rifts, and manages to balance relations between rival powers. He has steered his country into a new era of assertive, strategic, and globally engaged diplomacy. He has championed peace efforts across the region, expanding Turkey's footprint in Africa, in Europe, and the Middle East, and shaping foreign policy debates far beyond Ankara, all while emphasizing justice, reform, and stability. And he's already made his way on stage before I could finish my introduction. Good to see you, Foreign Minister. He is one of the most influential diplomats on the world stage today, and here he is, already on stage. He's also very fast. Please welcome Hakan Fidan, Turkey's Foreign Minister, who is joined by The Guardian's diplomatic editor, Patrick Wintour. Welcome to you both.
Hello, my name is Patrick Winter from The Guardian, and I've got very strict instructions to have a very brief introduction because we're slightly short of time, and so unless you're in the wrong room, you probably will know the gentleman opposite me is His Excellency Hakan Fidan. He's the Foreign Minister of Turkey and has had a career leading Turkish intelligence and has had a career in the military. No impressive life story has been more brutally condensed than that. But I just wanted to start with a very vivid description I found you gave of Turkey's role in the world. And it was, for the last 20-something years, a ring of fire has formed around Turkey. Blood, tears, destruction, north, south, east, everywhere. And Turkey has continued to stand like a rose garden in the middle of it. So we're going to have to venture out of the rose garden, through the ring of fire, into some of the hotspots that Turkey is incredibly influential over, and we're going to have to do it at speed. And I thought we might start with the Rose of Damascus. And it was here, obviously, a year ago that I saw a man who had the hand of history being thrown upon it as we learnt of all those developments so fast inside Syria. And I was just wondering if you could just look back and think about what was your greatest fear about what was going to happen inside Syria at that point, because everything was moving much more quickly than anyone expected. And secondly, whether some of your worst fears have been, you've overcome those, and that actually the country is on the right course.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. This is a very important question, and there is a lot to talk about Syria. I think before me, President Ahmed al-Shara was here. I think he was giving the, some account of what happened, and he is a decision maker at the moment. I think he is in a better position to describe and answer certain things. However, from our perspective, you know, Syria has been a very important country for us. It's our neighbor, and we have 900 plus kilometers border with Syria, and whatever happens in Syria and Iraq immediately finds its effect in Turkey. So when the civil war started in Syria, it had huge effect in Turkey in terms of security, in terms of refugee crisis, economy, border problems, and everything else. But more importantly, Turkey is a big country. We can carry certain burdens, but the human tragedy and drama that was taking place in Syria was unbearable for us. That's why President Erdogan instructed open door policy to allow the people who were just, you know, running away from the cruel Assad regime. Millions of people, unfortunately, had to leave their homes and houses. And plus, Assad was assisted by Russians, Iranians, big time. And so in 2016, 17, those years were very difficult ones. And the Western community, they came to a position where they stopped assisting Syrian opposition. And Turkey and Qatar, we were left alone in support of the Syrian opposition. And because the Americans and the West, they were advised by some circles to help PKK instead of the Syrian opposition. Anyhow, that's another story to tell.
But can I just, since we are on the PKK, can I ask you, what is your bottom line about how the SDF forces should integrate into the main Syrian army? Because there was an agreement in March, but it seems to have fallen by the wayside. I mean, is it sufficient for there to be units of the SDF to join the Syrian armed forces, or do you want individuals to join, and to join as individuals?
Well, there are two parameters. One is what the Syrian government is requesting from this process, what they are actually looking at as an important security subjects. And the second thing is what Turkey sees as a proper process in terms of addressing its own security and threat assessment. Right now, we've been very consistent and insisting on describing what we want from SDF. Similarly, for the last 1 year, the Syrian government in Damascus, they are telling the SDF what they want. So for us, for instance, a couple things are very much important. SDF and Syrian government can have their own agreement because Syrian government is a sovereign government, they can have their own government. But we know that SDF, being a part of PKK, they have certain elements inside SDF who are actually solely positioned to fight against Turkey. So just to start, we want non-Syrian elements from SDF. The elements from Iraq, Iran, and Turkey should immediately leave. Should immediately leave. So that will be a good start. The second thing is all the capacity and the units which have been positioned against Turkey's interests and security should be abolished. So this is basically what we want. But they have bigger and more technical discussions with the Damascus because it is not an easy process to complete an integration of 50,000-60,000 strong armored units into a newly born army. I think this process should be conducted in good faith. They should look for the common perspective and common future. If SDF is only looking at a procedural, a symbolic process that would give the image to the entire rest of the world that they are actually engaging with integration process, in reality, they are not taking any significant steps, that would be misleading. So that's why we need a genuine engagement from both sides.
And very briefly, do you think the PKK leader with whom you're having discussions, Abdullah Öcalan, can be a force for an agreement, or do you think that he is actually prevaricating? Do you think that he can play a role in trying to bring an agreement together between Turkey and yourself?
I think he can play a role. He can play a role. You know, when I was chief of intelligence between 2009 and 2013, you know, I did engage with PKK leadership in having talks and trying to reach a certain point. We came very close to reaching an understanding. Actually, we reached an understanding, but later on it was abandoned by PKK because of Syria. At that time, Abdullah Öcalan was not very much effective in stopping PKK from turning away from the agreed agreement. We are not sure. If we look at the past can repeat itself again because of exactly Syria. So that's why Syria is very critical. I believe that he can play a role. Okay. I don't know if he wants to play or he can have leverage.
Right. Last question on Syria, which is just the issue of Israel. Are you hopeful that Donald Trump is going to tell Benjamin Netanyahu to take all his troops out? Or do you think that the Americans will accept this idea of a buffer zone?
I think at some point President Trump should have a really a very substantial phone conversation with Netanyahu, because otherwise, you know, the Gaza peace plan was pioneered and owned by the Trump administration. So we helped them a lot. But if they don't intervene, I'm afraid that there is a risk of the plan that can fail, because the amount of daily violations of the ceasefire by the Israelis undescribable at the moment, and all the indicators are showing that there is a huge risk of stopping the process at the moment. That's why we need to get the President Trump. I think he's going to have a good discussion with Netanyahu.
He's due to have a discussion before the end of the year. You said earlier at the session that Turkey was ready and willing to help in terms of the International Stabilization Force. is it true, be frank, that Israel's vetoing your involvement?
Mr. Netanyahu doesn't hide it. He, a couple times stated openly that he doesn't want to see the Turkish troops there. But the Egypt and Israel, by the provision of the UNSC resolution, should be consulted before.
And do you think there are other countries such as Indonesia that won't join the force unless Turkey is involved?
Well, they want us to be part of the ISF because they know that we can play a leading role and we can really make their life easier in terms of getting more legitimacy and support from their public. And Indonesia, Azerbaijan, and some other Muslim and Arab countries that we are working closely, and this is what they want to see for their troops to be sent.
When you said earlier that you thought the task of the ISF needed to focus on the issue of the divide between Israel and basically along the yellow line, what do you mean? What do you think the first thing the ISF should do? It feels like you're saying that disarmament is not the first priority.
Well, as I was telling, we have to be very much realistic. I mean, what we need first and foremost is the stop war between Palestinians and the Israelis. And that's why we need ISF to separate Israelis and Palestinians on the borderline, not to let them each other to attack. So this is what we see as the primary way to stop the war or not to allow the war start again. But we shouldn't expect from ISF a work that has not been completed by the Israeli security forces. There are other provisions in the peace plan for the security and safety and the policing of Gaza and administration of Gaza. So once we can secure the borderline between two forces and two sides, and then we can address the other issues inside Gaza. Israel shouldn't threaten Gaza, and Gaza in no way shouldn't threaten Israel. And we need to get the police force on track. We need to get Palestinian administration on track. We need to get Hamas, hand over the administration to the Palestinian Committee. And then, most importantly, we need to get the Board of Peace to work.
Sure. You're very close or understand what the leadership of Hamas want. There seem to be two issues. One is whether they should disarm to a Palestinian body or whether they can disarm to a foreign force. And secondly, whether you can get full disarmament straight away or whether there has to be political conditions beforehand. Can you just explain where you feel Hamas are psychologically, mentally about this issue of disarmament?
Well, as I said, that cannot be the first thing to do in the process. I mean the disarming. We need to put things in proper order. We have to be realistic. That's what I am saying. I am not avoiding any problem. I am not hiding anything away. But what I am telling is, if we want to really succeed we have to be realistic. We need to get ISF to deploy on border side. We need to get Palestinian forces, police forces. Then gradually, first, we should take over the administration. We should take over the policing from Hamas. Then we need to let the humanitarian assistance freely go into Gaza. We should let the normal life, give hope to people. Then we can start addressing the commissioning issue.
That sounds to me like you would leave it quite far to the back of the queue, and that is simply something Israel's not going to tolerate, is it? I mean, is that not going to be a real problem in the very early on?
It's understandable. That's why we will have ISF in place. Different than the previous scenarios, we will have ISF, we will have non-Hamas police force in place, And most importantly, the regional countries and the countries who have put their signature and peace declaration in Sharm el-Sheikh, Turkey, Qatar, Egypt, and the other countries, members of Arab League and Organization of Islamic Countries, they are going to be enforcing one way or another if Israel is following the agreement till the letter. You know, Hamas and any other Palestinian faction can deviate itself from the implementation of the peace plan as long as all the parties are observing it. They shouldn't be, because we would be the first party who would be coming against this.
Just can I ask you about this issue of momentum? The Norwegian Prime Minister was here earlier and he said that unless there is announcements about the Board of Peace, about the technocratic body, maybe about the ISF as well, before Christmas, there is going to be a real sense of loss of momentum and that the violence inside Gaza could become worse. Can you give any kind of reassurance that there are announcements imminent? I saw you did an interview maybe 2-3 weeks ago in which you said the technocratic body is ready, all the names are out there in terms of it's been agreed. Why not start showing there is some momentum? We don't even know who is going to be, whether Tony Blair is going to be on the Board of Peace or who's going to be on the Board of Peace.
Well, I think one of the practical problems about this subject is, as everybody knows, that the people on the US side who are in charge of mediation of Gaza file, they are also in charge of mediating between Ukraine and Russia.
You mean they've got other things on their plate, other things on their mind?
No, this
Would it not be better to have a larger State Department?
This is up to them. But right now, you know, I've been, you know, communicating and discussing with Steve Witkoff and other friends and Marco Rubio. They are very, very aware of the gravity of the problem at the moment, because if they don't intervene timely, there is a risk of what you are saying, actually. They also understand this risk. So they know that they need to intervene timely to make sure that we can go into second phase. Otherwise, we can lose momentum, because Hamas has almost delivered what they've been asked, you know, in terms of releasing the hostages and the bodies.
There is one dead hostage.
Yeah, they are still looking for.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are cast in the role of guarantor of this peace, and yet there have been 360 Palestinians killed since the ceasefire. There is not enough aid going in, or not at the right amounts or into the right places. Do you not worry that at some point you end up cast in the role of guarantor of a continuing lower grade genocide, but it's still a genocide?
Well, first of all, let me make a technical correction. In none of the papers we've been described or appointed as the guarantors. You know, we are the signatories to the statement, together with other 3 countries, US, us, Qatar, and Egypt. Having said that, we don't mind being a guarantor. We don't mind shouldering the responsibilities of the guarantor country. So you're right in pointing out that the daily violation is giving the image that the peace process, the ceasefire, can stop anytime because nobody seems to be stopping Israel. Well, this is exactly the problem that we've been having right from the beginning of the war. You know, in the absence of any credible power in the field or any other mechanism or structure, nobody has used power leverage against Israel at the moment. Only United States were able to stop Israel, and only a certain amount of countries coming together to convince the American administrations. This is a chain reaction here. We talk to Americans, Americans talk to Israelis, because they understand the gravity of the problem. Because if you leave things Israeli and Netanyahu alone, they have only one thing in their mind: to get Gaza free of all the Palestinian people. They have two methodologies. Either they will turn entire Gaza into an unlivable place, so they can ship off the rest of the Palestinian people elsewhere, so they can dislocate all of them, or just as they were doing, they will continue to kill the entire Palestinian population.
Sure. There is a revived campaign to secure the release of Marwan Barghouti, and many people say that if he was released, it would be quite transformatory for Palestinian politics. His son tweeted yesterday, I think yesterday morning, that he'd been told by a released prisoner that his father had been physically crushed. They broke his teeth and his ribs, cut off part of his ear, and broke his fingers in stages for amusement. And he then said, "What do I do? Where do we turn? Lord, have mercy." Are you worried that there could be what's been described as a Navalny solution to Marwan Barghouti, that he would be killed in jail? And what are we to do about this?
Well, unfortunately, not only him, but also countless of thousands of Palestinian prisoners, male and female, they've been subject to torture of Israel, unfortunately, for the last couple of years. And this has been a systematic one. Well, as international community, we need to do something about this too. Not only we have to work to save the people in Gaza, but also we have to address this very problem that you are describing. This is a humanitarian tragedy. Unfortunately, nobody is paying much attention that needed. We have to do everything in our power, because the torture has become systemic. Because for Israelis, this is an act of revenge, torturing the Palestinian prisoners in prison. Some decent Israeli people, they are disclosing all these things. Their conscience is not okay with what's going on. So only this way we know that this is taking place in a very systematic way.
You don't really have any practical solution to this, though. I mean, because it is Barghouti, if he is killed, it would be, I think, very devastating to Palestinian politics, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. But as I said, this is the way that Israelis are doing killing business and torturing business, and they know that the international community is helpless in stopping them using force. But there are other things that international community can do easily, and that's what we've been trying to do for the last 2 years. In all the capitals, when you see the people, the youth, everybody is protesting against the Israeli genocide. And the countries, their numbers are increasing in recognition of the Palestinian statehood.
Yes.
And we see that the Palestinian cause is gaining ground, but at the same time, the degree of brutality is also increasing. So I think Mr. Netanyahu is really harming in a very bad way the future of Israel and Israeli state.
The clock is being very brutal to me, and I just wanted to ask you two last things. One was about Ukraine. You said you were I think your words were scary, what was been happening in terms of attacks on shipping close to Turkey, and that you were going to have conversations with the Ukrainians about this. They've denied responsibility for some of these attacks. Are you satisfied now that the Ukrainians are not going to be attacking shipping close to Turkey, and that there's going to be a
we have
toning down?
No, we have discussed about this subject with our Ukrainian friends, and not only the Ukrainians, we also communicated the same concerns with the Russian side as well. We just talked to their ambassador, and I talked to my counterparts on both capitals about the subject, because this is very sensitive for us. We don't want to see the trade routes are being targeted and the trade ships being hit. This is exactly what we were concerned right from the beginning, because this is an escalation of war by geography and by a different methodology.
Last question, which is, in this national security strategy, which the Americans published slightly strangely on Thursday night, and this is relevant to you because I think Turkey hosts the NATO summit next year, there's a passage which says, over the long term, it is more than plausible that within a few decades at the latest, certain NATO members will become majority non-European. As such, it's an open question whether they will view their place in the world or their alliance with the United States in the same way as those who signed the NATO Charter. I don't know what he means, or the American Secretary of State means by majority non-European, but it might be code for Muslim. What's your reaction to reading words like that? The idea that somebody's majority non-European doesn't have loyalty to NATO.
Well, I don't know what you have understood, but my understanding is that because I might be biased because of the discussions on NATO circles, because within NATO Ministerial Committee, there is a discussion about EU and non-EU NATO members. Yeah. When we say non-EU NATO members, it comprises United States, us, UK, Norway, and...
Well, the phrase is used as European, not EU. So I think we know what it means, surely.
Yeah. Well, this must be an introduction and new discussion into NATO circles, because we've been having this discussion, EU and non-EU NATO members, because EU is about the, EU is always coming up with new ideas to form its own security architecture, whereas NATO says, we have NATO here, almost all EU members are NATO members, you don't need to have a separate security architecture.
Look, thank you so much. I've overshot by a little way, and you can return to the Rose Garden.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish we had more time.
Me too.
Thank you very much, Minister Fidan. Thank you for your valuable insights and for sharing with us your perspectives on what needs to be done to solve one of the world's most intractable crises, which has not only chipped away at the human rights of Palestinians, but our own moral credibility, Palestine. And thank you, of course, to Patrick for steering this conversation in a way that I know will have resonated with so many people here today. Time now for a quick coffee break. Our last chance to get our caffeine fix before we meet back here in just a few minutes to resume with a panel discussion entitled Humanity's Next Chapter, Innovation and Impact from the Global South, where we look at how the world's economic and creative centers are shifting and how the Global South is emerging as a key player. So we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to have you all here with us as we resume with our next panel discussion. Now, as the world confronts rapid technological change, deep societal inequalities, and accelerating environmental pressures, the next chapter of human progress is being written in places that are too often overlooked. The Global South is not merely adapting to global shifts, it is redefining them, offering fresh ideas, youthful energy, and forms of collaboration that challenge traditional power structures. Across the Global South, innovators are driving solutions that are not only locally grounded but globally transformative. They're making essential contributions to building a future that is more equitable, to building a future that is simply more equitable, more resilient, and more creative and imaginative. It is my pleasure now to introduce our distinguished panelists. Please welcome to the stage Her Excellency Sheikha Al-Mayyasa bint Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, Chairperson of Qatar Museums, Bill Gates, Chair of the Gates Foundation, and last but not least, Aliko Dangote, President of the Dangote Foundation, and of course, my dear colleague, Al Jazeera's anchor and moderator of this session, Foliba Thibault.
What a privilege to have three of the leading minds driving transformation, driving change in the Global South on the same stage here at Doha Forum. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. I will start with the same question to all three of you. Each of you has chosen in different ways to invest your resources, your influence, and also your imagination in the Global South. Why? And what is it at a personal level that is motivating this? Your Excellency, Sheikh Mayasa.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Very happy and honored to be on this panel. First of all, Qatar is part of the Global South, so it's very obvious for us to be focusing on the South and empowering talent and creatives from our region. The organizations that I lead or chair are focusing a lot on cultural institutions, building museums and collections that celebrate our heritage, our identity, and belonging in a world that's very global and very connected. So when we started with building our museums and collections, we realized there was very little spaces for our talent to grow and to incubate. Therefore, we established the Doha Film Institute, which celebrated actually 15 years this year. We just concluded our film festival. We started the M7, which is an incubator for fashion, design, and technology. We set up Liwan, which is the first girls' school in Qatar to turn into a design laboratory for ideas. And many of our future projects are incubated there, inviting and allowing people from the community, artists, psychologists, psychotherapists to contribute in designing our future projects. So empowering the creatives have become a very powerful tools. I mean, if you can just imagine that there was no film institute, who will be telling our stories? There will be no voices of Palestine, for example, or Sudan. That was very, very obvious in our film festival last week, to tell human stories and to tell stories from their perspectives and not to have other people tell their own stories. So it started with that journey. We're celebrating 20 years of the Qatar Museums and 50 years this year under the Evolution Nation banner. And through this journey, we started working in Africa through the Qatar Africa Business Forum, which has become a really important tool for us to connect with creatives in Africa. Last year, I met a Nigerian woman, fantastic lady, who started the Lagos Fashion Week, Omeyemi Akureli. And we invited her to curate our exhibition of Fashion Trust Arabia, Threads of Impact, at the M7. So, this is a whole ecosystem, a constellation of creators from Arabia, Africa, Southeast Asia that we're bringing together under this umbrella of culture and creative economy.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Mr. Bill Gates, you're not from the Global South. What draws you into this moment, and how do you see your role without overshadowing the people and the systems you're trying to empower?
Well, I was lucky enough in my business career to travel the world, including doing a lot of work in Africa and getting to see the incredible promise and the incredible challenges that existed there. The goal of the Gates Foundation when it's created in the year 2000 is to help children achieve their potential. And so basically what we saw was that there were a lot of things like malaria or malnutrition or diarrhea, pneumonia, that were both killing children and causing them never to develop mentally or physically, that almost no money was being put into them. Malaria killed this year about 600,000 children. And at the time I made a $30 million grant, I became the biggest funder of malaria research in the world, which is, truly insane that a world that's this rich doesn't find the resources. And in that case, there's every reason to think we should be able to get rid of malaria, that no child should ever suffer from that. So our foundation is focused on helping the countries that are in a poverty trap. The way you help those countries is you improve their health and their education, and basically then the great thing happens, which is they become self-sufficient. And of course in Asia, a lot of countries have been through that transition. At the turn of the century, India, Indonesia, Vietnam were aid recipients, but they've gotten their health and education up so that their economy means that they no longer have to have their vaccines or primary health care funded from outside. So in fact, the majority of our work is in Africa. We both fund the creation of new tools, we fund the delivery of those tools. Our work in Africa has been very rewarding because of the partnerships we built. Aliko and I worked with the governors of the 36 Nigerian states, particularly the 18 in the north, to help them create healthcare systems that can get out to lots and lots of kids. Africa is full of great examples. There are many countries in Africa that achieve far higher vaccination rates than the United States does. Even countries that are very poor, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, so it's doable. A lot of what we're doing is spreading best practices within the continent. We're funding scientists there on the continent. In this century, the majority of the children born on this planet will be born in Africa. And is that a dividend for the world in terms of their creativity, their capability in sports and fashion and science? Or is that a burden because if they're malnourished, if their health hasn't been taken care of, if their education systems aren't capable, they won't be achieving their potential, which that's a terrible thing for the whole world. So, it was kind of a logical thing, and through this success and partnerships, we have a commitment during our remaining 20 years to help those countries become self-sufficient.
And I'll ask you a bit more about the commitments that you've made and how you see it panning out over the next decade or so. But Alhaji Dangote, let me come to you. As an African and as the richest man on a continent that holds such a pivotal role in the global south with its young population, its resources, how do you see your role? And what draws you into this moment as we are trying to empower the global south?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's great to be here, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to this forum. Well, the issue is that in Africa, that we have a population of about 1.4 billion people, and really partnership also matters, because Bill just mentioned We have a very good, partnership with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and that has actually helped in eradicating polio out of Nigeria, which we've been trying for decades, for many, many years. So we work in the health sector, we work in the empowerment. We just about to launch also because of the young population that we have, and we have a lot of children out of school. So what we are going to launch next week, we're launching a $700 million fund to fund education of, at the fourth year, we'll be having people from secondary school up to university level, totaling about 155,000. We'll run it for 10 years, then we'll review. We're not only doing that, because we have a lot of challenges in Africa. One is of which training. So when we built our 650,000 barrels per day refinery with petrochemicals, we had almost 50,000 Nigerians working. Only about 17,000 foreign workers. Right. And those people, they've been trained, and now majority of them are the ones that we are going to re-employ them back into the project for our expansion. What are we doing again to empower people? We want to also teach them that, look, because before the thinking was that, look, when you are in agriculture is about poor people. No, it's not. There's quite a lot of money. So what we've done now is to put off some rice mills with processing, power generation, which we are going to use the husk, to generate our own power. That one, we are not growing the rice. So we are giving opportunities to farmers to give them implements with fertilizers and all whatever that they need, so that at the end of the season, we'll buy the rice, we'll buy the paddy rice from them. So we're going to actually, empower millions of people, right, and we will keep growing.
Well, let me ask you, pick up on that before I come back to Her Excellency Sheikh Hamayasa. You have indeed built an important industrial ecosystem in Nigeria and in many African countries, from sugar to cement, and now this massive oil refinery that you have in Lagos. But how do arts and the creative industries fit into this ecosystem, and what are you doing? And how is it reshaping economic opportunity in Nigeria, especially? We were discussing earlier, huge creative sector in Nigeria. How is the Dangote Foundation and the Dangote Group integrating this into its ecosystem?
Well, it's the same sort of ecosystem. It's integrated. Majority of those guys, we also help them directly or indirectly. So I believe that, right now what we are trying to do is to encourage the government so that companies can actually also be involved in the creative industry, which means government can say that if you spend X amount, we will allow you to take it out of your tax. So that can actually help us to promote the creative industry, because if you look at our population, almost in Africa generally, below 35 is more than 70% of the population. Most of the kids, most of the people that you see below the age of 35, they were actually born just about, they are the majority, let me call it. They are the majority. So we must make sure we actually put off whatever it takes to bring out their potentials. It's just like what I was saying earlier on, even today at another forum in Dubai, saying that, look, today, majority of our artists, 10 years ago, they had no dream of being where they are today. And really, if you are talking about passion, Nigeria will lead in the next 10 years, not only in Africa, but in the world.
Okay. Your Excellency Sheikh Hamayasa, what would you like to say there? You've championed South-South collaboration. You talked about some of the initiatives, the Qatar Africa Business Forum, one of them, which was recently held in Johannesburg, of course. Where do you see this, this partnership going, and what does it need right now? What does each sector on the continent need to bring on the table to make sure that this empowerment is indeed actually happening?
Well, I agree completely with what Aliko was saying about the potential of Africa and the talent. Now, Nigeria and the 54 countries in Africa, I'm not an expert in the continent. However, every time that I've been there, I've been really inspired and impressed by the talent. People, what they wear, their food, their culture, and I will ask them, who's this designer? Who's this? And their names you've never heard of, simply because there's, a lack of infrastructure right now. I think the moment that there's a coordinated infrastructure across the continent where that countries are collaborating and not competing, then I think the African continent can completely transform the talent that will come to the world. We already see it, it's happening, but I think the moment that it becomes more systematic, the impact will be really huge. I mean, I can talk about an example that we're doing here. Qatar obviously has a lot of infrastructure. We've been investing in cultural institutions for the last 5 decades, 50 years in various sectors. Our population is small. It's not like, in 25 years, a quarter of the world will be African. So it's a completely different ball game that we're talking about here. However, in the first boys high school right now, the QPSD, which is going to be our future vocational school, where we hope to export our curriculum globally for countries who are asking for our expertise in helping them develop the creative economy. Currently, we have an exhibition curated by OMA, led by Rem Koolhaas, called Countryside, A Place to Live, Not to Leave. And it talks about a lot of our agriculture projects, and also we work with the psychiatric hospital, which is adjacent to the school, where we use agriculture as a form of healing. And art therapy and art healing has become a very important component of any society, which then reflects the importance of culture as a neutral space and inviting open space for anybody to participate in and to become better than when they left it. Many of the projects that Mr. Gates is doing with Qatar Fund for Development are presented there. So not only do you go and see a beautiful exhibition, but you learn about facts on agriculture, on farming, the importance of it, and you go home and start to imagine how you can contribute as an individual to the larger scheme of things.
Right, and so the prestige is there, of course, but how do these cultural investments, some of which you've led, how do they actually translate into industrial capacity and economic empowerment for the global South? We keep talking about culture. Even recently, you were described as the queen of soft power, culture as being a soft power. What are we underestimating about the economic power of culture? Because I think people still see it, arts and creative industries, as soft power and not necessarily something that could lead to economic transformation in the global South.
I think it's soft power because it leads to economic transformation. I think that for us, at least in Qatar, everything we did was completely organic. When I was put in charge, I didn't really realize the impact that we will receive, because simply when I started, the way culture was the least interesting sector, creative economy. It was something you had to do, nice to have, but not must have. Now the perspective has completely shifted, not just in Qatar and the region, but the whole world. If you ask any country that's trying to redevelop its identity, the first thing they're going to do is look at culture, because it brings everybody together. It unites a country, it unites an identity, and it gives you a reason to believe in your power and your identity and your human dignity. So I think there's the prestige, but there's also the very organic. I mean, if you go to Liwan, which I think you have been, which is our oldest girls' school, our first girls' school, I should say, it's a design lab. It's very, very organic. It's very simple. There's no prestige there, but the quality of work that comes out of there is very, very empowering. People go there, they set up their own businesses, they go globally, they represent Qatar or whichever country they come from. As you know, Qatar is a very diverse nation, and they represent themselves globally. And so the same with the Film Institute. When we started 15 years ago, nobody believed there could be a film industry. Today, nobody can deny Doha's importance in the film industry. I mean, all of Hollywood was here last week simply because they want to set up the regional headquarters here. Right. That tells you it takes time when you talk about culture and creative economy to get credibility, but it requires a long-term vision and consistency.
Mr. Gates, well done. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Mr. Gates, Her Excellency Sheikh Mayasa talked about infrastructure being one of the barriers to economic empowerment on the African continent, which it is true, even though, the Africa Free Trade Continental Area is being set up to try and improve that and you know, stop those barriers and make sure that the bottlenecks are not there anymore. What do you see as the barrier today to economic empowerment, not just on the African continent, but in the global South as a whole? There's, you know, technology innovation going on around the world, but it's uneven. Would you say that is the biggest barrier today?
If you look at the first stage of economic development, along with health and education, the key part of the economy is going to be agriculture. You know, the majority of Africans are farmers. Ironically, even though so many people work in agriculture in Africa, the continent is a net importer of food. And it faces headwinds in the agricultural sector in that you've got very high population growth, you have degraded soils, and you have the impacts of climate change. And so it might be surprising that I believe that if we innovate by empowering those farmers, giving them an AI that's giving them advice, giving them understanding about their soils and how to improve those soils, giving them new seeds, giving them new livestock, that the opportunity for that sector is to more than overcome those headwinds and turn this into the primary area of economic growth and make Africa not only self-sufficient to help solve some of the malnutrition problems, but also a significant net food exporter. And we start where an average farm in Africa is per hectare has about 20% the output of a rich world farm. And you know, that shouldn't be the case. And this AI advisor that will understand weather and prices and seed varieties and diseases will be one of the key elements, along with much, much better seeds and animal genetics to achieve a great vision. And that'll be continue to be the biggest part of the African economy for the next 20 years.
Okay, thank you so much for that. But on AI, artificial intelligence, Mr. Gates, there's a lot of talk about it. But how do we prevent it from becoming the new digital divide, especially on the African continent? I know you've been doing a lot of work on AI in Africa. How are we going to keep it from becoming this new divide between North and South that's existed in other fields?
Well, one of the great things about AI is that because it's able to use human language, anyone who has a cell phone will have the ability to dial a number or connect through an application and simply talk to a doctor, a virtual doctor, which is driven by AI, that remembers everything they've ever said about their health, every complaint, every diet thing, every advice they've ever gotten, and it will be available to them 24 hours a day, and this will be provided as a free service. And so you don't have to build a new infrastructure. The infrastructure that's being built today, and there's still some work to do, of the digital connectivity in Africa, getting the price of the internet connectivity down, getting the cell phones out into the hands of women in remote villages. You know, that's taking place. Much more to do. Places like India are much further along in that, which means we'll pilot some of the AI stuff in India, but we want to get it out in Africa as quickly as we can. So it's not a new infrastructure. The only thing that's new is the cloud piece that is actually running that virtual doctor, tutor, agricultural advisor. And, you know, the rich countries working together with groups like the Gates Foundation, we should be able to donate the rather modest cloud cost for that AI. And so it's just free. You pick up your phone, you talk as much as you want to the doctor, to the tutor, to the farm advisor, and you pay nothing for it.
Mr. Dangote, Elijah Dangote, your thoughts about that? There are those who say, as we talk about AI and so on, there are those who say that what Africa needs today are more factories and not necessarily more startups. What are your thoughts on that? And what do you think are the biggest barriers today to economic empowerment on the continent? Is it infrastructure? Is it governance? Is it, something else? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think both. I think the infrastructure and also the governance. I think when you look at it today, using AI, especially what Bill said in agriculture, is going to help us a great deal because Africa will have 60% of the world's arable land. So we have no, we have no reason to be importing what we consume. We should actually feed the rest of the world. So I think now anybody who tries to do agriculture without technology, he will just be losing money or he will just waste his time. So I think with that, it will help us. And that's why, naturally, if you ask me, are you a farmer? Would you like to be in agriculture? Agricultural business, I would say that no. But we got into it so that we can actually help to give freedom to our population. Because, that is the next area of growth. Despite the, population growth, Africa has the most vibrant population. We have 30% of the world's mineral resources. So all what we are trying to do now, for us, example us, as Dangote Group, what we are trying to do is to drive and make sure our minerals are not taken away just like that. They are processed before they are exported.
Right.
And this is one of the drives.
That's still not happening. We keep talking about that, processing them on the African continent.
Quite a lot of things have happened. In the last 7 years, we, as Dangote Group, we've invested we've invested $25 billion.
At scale, though. Dangote Group, yes, in Nigeria, it might be happening, but at scale, we're still, a lot of our raw materials on the African continent are still being processed.
I agree with you, but at scale, right? But nobody from outside Africa will come and do it for us. So we have to lead. If we lead, then people will now, come. It's just like, have you ever heard of any restaurant advertising? No. Once the food is good, you see people trooping in. So, and that's what we want to do. We want to make sure in Africa, we, the Africans, start first, and then other people will partner with us, because nobody will come and do it for us.
Your Excellency, your thoughts about that? How can international partnerships be better leveraged to address the local economic challenges while safeguarding also the sovereignty and interests of the people of the global South?
So I've always said, the future is ancestral. I think that it has to, as Aliko has been saying, you have to start yourselves and the rest will come. And then it's a question for you to curate and decide which companies you want or brands that you want to incorporate. But I want to go back to the AI question, because we challenge ourselves as cultural institutions in terms of, you cannot deny technology today, but also as a mother, as a responsible person in society who leads different organizations, we think about the digital loneliness that AI and technology creates. And we are using now the cultural institutions as a way to bring people together, because I think one of the few places where emotions are still triggered are in cultural institutions. And this is not just museums or art exhibitions, it could be music, ballet, opera, whatever it is that brings people together, cinema, where they can celebrate a moment and remember to be human. So we're starting a new center called the Applied Imagination, using the AI symbols, where we have technology, but we bring the science and the arts, the arts and history, arts and psychotherapy, arts and whatever exists in arts and sports, art and technology. And it's been really powerful to see how many people for the very first time convene over a topic, and they start to know things about each other that they've never known before. They might have been colleagues for 20, 30 years, but suddenly, because they're in a neutral space like a cultural institution or a museum or an art gallery, they feel at ease and they can talk about things that they may not do in the office. So I think technology is not a bad thing if you know how to use it, especially in protecting our children. And in terms of brands, I always, when people ask us, how did you do it? We had a national vision, which we respected, and we built a 25-year plan. The first was about heritage, religion, and cultural identity. We opened the Islamic Museum, followed by Mathaf, the Arab Museum of Modern Art, and then the National Museum. So we completed the chapter of our history, our national history, our heritage, our religious identity, and celebrated that with the residents in Qatar and the rest of the world. Sometimes I hear people say, what if we bring this or that? And I always say, I think you need to start from within. As long as you tell your own stories and create your own narratives, it simply becomes more powerful. People today travel all around the world. They want to see your stories. They want to see authentic experiences. Because so many, and actually one thing that I think Qatar has also done quite well, thanks to our partners, is in the hospitality sector. I mean, I hope most of you are staying at the Sheraton, but if you're not staying at the Sheraton, you should be staying at the Ned Hotel, which is a project we worked on with actually Mansour, who's here, when he was the CEO of QIA, and it was an old Ministry of Interior building that we converted in partnership with the Ned and Soho House, restoring it exactly as it was with David Chipperfield, and he just opened together with the Rosewood, the Chancery, which was a former US embassy. So we could have demolished that building and started again, but we took the challenge. It cost a little bit more to restore the whole building as it was and turned it into one of the best hotels, according to the travelers.
Yes, indeed. Your Excellency, though, I do want to come back to the AI issue, because that's something that's being talked about a lot. How do we, as we talk about the Global South and empowering it, how do we make sure, as the Global South, that we're not just consumers of AI that's come from the North or from the West, but that we're actually also creating it, that we're originating some of this AI?
So what we did, I can share our experience, because we have this new center called Applied Imagination, which doesn't have a physical space yet, but it will have a physical space. And we did workshops across our entities, government, semi-private, private, etc. And one common denominator that we found was this huge interest in the Arabic language. How do you use AI to promote the language, to do translation, to teach young children calligraphy, etc., and also create apps and games in the Arabic language that doesn't feel dubbed or secondhand or imported, but really original. So for us, that's how we are approaching it. We're asking our partners and stakeholders in the education system and the private company and the Ministry of Communication, and asking them, like, how can we best serve you, since we are probably the largest content creators with our collections and digital library online of all of our, the collections that we have amassed over the years. So that's how we're approaching it. I am not, I always say I'm born in the wrong century, so I think you should ask Mr. Gates about AI and how to best use it. But for us, that's how we're approaching it. Language, heritage, image, visualization, and how to really connect it to our own identity.
All right, Mr. Gates, how do we make sure that the Global South is also, are also originators when it comes to AI and not just consumers?
Well, there are a lot of very advanced technologies that, whether it's chip making, jet engine making, the latest pharmaceuticals that require a huge foundation of scientific work and time. And so there are going to be parts of the AI, call it the foundational piece, which will largely come out of the United States and China. Now, the competition is going to be so high that other than actually running those AIs, the price, there'll be lots of free open source capability, and even for the commercial products, the competition will mean that it's very available. And so the real challenge with AI is going to be how it's applied. When I go to Singapore and I see their plan to use AI in their health system and their justice system, they're not doing foundational AI, but they are benefiting from AI actually more than any other country, because they have a very skilled bureaucracy that showed, when the internet showed up and the digital opportunity showed up, that they would do the applications. And so, will African governments be more efficient and better run? Will African businesses be more efficient and better run? across the entire world, the idea of how AI is going to change creativity, making movies, photos, books, it's really very open-ended. And all we can say today is that the people who jump in early, that is where a lot of creativity is going to come. Because Africa is young, they'll have a disproportionate number of the people who have kind of new ideas about how to shape it and take it. But it's really a universal technology like chips or electricity or advanced medicines that you want not to duplicate what's already been done, but take it from the level that's available and then build on top of that.
Thank you very much. Let's move the discussion forward a little bit. And I'll come back to you in a minute about, initiatives, joint initiatives that you see could be beneficial for the Global South. But Alhaji Dangote, let me ask you first about the private sector. As one of the leaders of it on the continent, and your ecosystem has really built local skills. We've seen it in Nigeria. But how are we able to expand that to other African countries without clashing with government inertia in certain cases, as we know, or even foreign exploitation? How do we scale what you've done in Nigeria to other parts of the continent?
Thank you. Well, I think we are participating in almost now 17 African countries. And what we're trying to do is not that we want to do it on our own. Our own actually is to pave the way and make sure that we collaborate with other organizations, outside, especially outside Africa, because, capital too is a bit scarce in Africa. But when we move, other people will see what we have actually done and they will join us in making sure. I mean, it's a win-win situation. It's not about charity. It is about doing something good for the good of people and also making money at the same time. So I believe, there are quite a lot. Like what even Bill said, in terms of AI, in Africa we have very young population. And every single government, well, at least 2/3 of the governments in Africa that are involved in pushing this technology, artificial intelligence, some of them, they even have ministries just for that. So we are not going to be left behind, and I'm sure we will do our very, very best. I mean, like just now, we just finished the first phase of our investment. We are going for the second phase. And I think we'll continue to market Africa to make sure that, yes, we cannot do it alone, but we will bring in other people on board. I mean, even with the foundation, if we want to do X, Y, Z, we want to now go and do in terms of intervention in health, intervention in education, getting other foundations that are really, really interested in helping Africa. They won't go there on their own, but they will partner with us.
Right.
And, that's what we are there for. We should make sure we make Africa great. Nobody will come and do it but us.
Right. Well, Mr. Gates, you've been a good friend to Africa. You made a big announcement this year that you would give your $200 billion fortune to improve health and education service in Africa over the next 20 years, at a time when we're seeing major funding cuts from traditional donors like the United States. I know you've talked about this a little bit, but what is it at a personal values level that drives you to make this commitment? Why Africa? Why maternal and child health above everything else? And how do you see this panning out over the next 20 years? Where would you like to see this go?
Well, the capitalist system leads to some pretty extreme results, including the success I had at Microsoft and the value of the Microsoft shares. And that's way beyond what I or even my whole family, should command of society's resources. And so then the only question was, okay, given that, 98% of it's going back to society, where can it have the most impact? And I took the 1990s, to study philanthropists to study where there could be impact. And I was kind of stunned that we're not allocating resources to help children. You know, the fact that where you're born, you know, determines your outcome in terms of are you well nourished, do you survive, and many things like that. You know, I am an optimist about the next 20 years despite these headwinds. The aid cuts are a huge headwind, and that's what's led to this being the first year that more children will die than the year before. And that's, you know, greatly unjust, and I'll be the biggest advocate to rich countries all over the world that they should be more generous. We announced today a much expanded partnership with Qatar's QFFD, which is a fantastic group that brings us a lot of information about how to work in these various countries. And so, you know, we'll set mutual goals for health and agriculture and education. The innovation pipeline, I cannot overstate how exciting it is that we're finally going to get a lot of these tools. We already had a good pipeline, and then AI came along and accelerated that pipeline. So AI is profound on the discovery side, but also profound with that virtual doctor on the delivery side as well. And so I do believe in the next 20 years, we can have ambitious positive goals. We can finish polio in the near term. We can finish malaria during this 20-year period. There's no reason malaria should thrive at all. And we can largely eliminate the burden of the infectious diseases, tuberculosis, HIV, all of these things. You know, we've been working on tools, and we will get there. And so the, you know, the dream is that countries, by and large, should be self-sufficient, even including countries in Africa that are quite poor today. And so they won't be dependent on outside actors, and that we should have invented the tools that mean that a child, less than 1% of all children die, and it's largely equal throughout the entire world. But so, you know, I'm an optimist, and I think it justified because I'm fairly hands-on in this work.
You're an optimist, and you've said that data often changes your mind. What has the Global South taught you that's challenged your assumptions or made you rethink your approach?
Well, I didn't understand how pervasive malnutrition was, and that how, you know, you cannot be educated to any reasonable level if you've been malnourished. And the fact that almost half the kids in parts of Africa suffer from that. You know, there's literally a part of your life from the time you're conceived until age 2 that you're very sensitive to your diet, and your brain decides whether to fully develop or not fully develop. And now we can finally measure that, just like we now can measure deaths very accurately and what kids die of very accurately. You know, we've brought a lot of data into this over the last 25 years. And so the evil nature of malnutrition, that was a complete surprise. When we decided we were going to do autopsies of kids in Africa, we didn't know whether parents would volunteer. I mean, it's kind of an unnatural thing because we have to actually take medical samples from their intestine and lung and brain. And yet 90% of the parents we've asked, will you allow us to do this autopsy so that other children don't have to die? 90% have said yes. And that's the data that showed us, my goodness, malnutrition is such a key factor in causing these deaths. And so it's, you know, become clear through these collaborations and great scientists in Africa, you know, exactly what we need to do.
Right. Let's bring it back then to the theme of our discussion today, and that is what happens when culture, business, and philanthropy meet to rethink the future of the Global South. And I'll have the same final question to all three of you once again. If the three of you had one joint effort or one joint initiative that you think would bring the greatest return on investment to the Global South, what would it be? Your Excellency, Sheikh Mohammed.
Thank you. So if I hear correctly, Aliko is saying Africans have to make Africa great again. He wants to depend on the African people before depending on international, support or brands and so forth. Bill this morning gave a very inspirational talk about his intent of supporting the world, and now we hear that he does 98% of his wealth he's going to give away, which is amazing. So what I think will be the most powerful tool is the intention in the Global South. For every person, whether a government CEO of a company or a wealthy individual who's made his money overnight, links talent to industry. Because we have talent, they have to reach their full potential, they need to be given an opportunity. And in every single project that we are developing now, we have 4 museums that we're building. Our focus is on how to support the creatives from the Global South into this vehicle of a project. Because only then can we make a difference. Only then can we impact the socioeconomic growth of our region. We know that for every dollar we invest in the creative economy, it has a 2.5 multiplier. But if you do it with good intent and link the talent of your region to these projects, and if they don't have the skills you need, you invest in capacity building, you bring the best to mentor them. This is a transformational economic journey that we can experience. And this is what I would love to see from everybody, whether governments, CEOs, leaders of the Global South, to take that approach.
Thank you very much. Alhaji Dangote, if you could mandate, please, if you could mandate one bold partnership between business, between philanthropy and culture to unlock the Global South's potential, what would it be? One joint initiative.
I think the initiative is, first of all, on health and education. If we can now have this collaborative partnership, we'll be able to achieve the next level, which is prosperity. So I think this will help in terms of bringing prosperity to the Global South. And that is why we are looking for that partnership with other people who really want to now come and, partner with us.
Thank you so much for that. Mr. Bill Gates, you have the last word. Okay. One joint effort or initiative between the 3 of you that would unlock the potential of the Global South.
Well, there's a lot of candidates for that list. Solving malnutrition, curing HIV, getting rid of malaria, curing sickle cell. All of those could be quite profound. But I'll say that making sure that AI broadly, whether it's for creative use or tutoring or farming or just getting basic health advice, making sure that there's no delay between when AI is empowering people in the North and when it's available, particularly to young people in the Global South. I'd say that is one thing our foundation has taken on as a goal. And in some cases, because of the deep needs, that the regulatory barriers aren't as strong, in some cases we should literally be ahead and showing the entire world how these innovators in the Global South are taking this new tool and taking advantage of it.
Thank you so much. We are very much looking forward to seeing what the 3 of you come up with next year at Doha Forum. Hopefully there'll be an announcement. Her Excellency Sheikh Mayasa, Mr. Bill Gates, and Aliko Dangote, thank you so much for joining us at the Doha Forum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Folly, for this discussion. Thank you to all your wonderful guests. It's a great place to stop and pause before we resume for day 2 of the Doha Forum. It has been a very interesting and fascinating set of discussions with different and enriching perspectives. I hope you will agree on what is the best way forward when we think about making real change in people's lives, bringing them justice and dignity. We just heard there Bill Gates tell us that he is optimistic that we will get there eventually if we all work together. I will take that to the bank, and I hope we can all share his optimism if and when everyone who has a say puts their thoughts to action. We bring day 1 of the Doha Forum now to a close. But we will meet again tomorrow at 9:30. We do hope that you will join us. We have a spectacular lineup, shall I say, that awaits us. We will begin where we have just left off, which is looking at the role of the Global South in rebuilding trust in a time of deep skepticism. We will focus on Latin America first, but we will also be hearing other deeply energizing and necessary conversations with one-on-one newsmaker interviews with the Prime Minister of Qatar, the Prime Minister of Lebanon. We will also hear from Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump Jr. in one-on-one discussions as well. And we will end with our closing session on what justice really needs to look like with a UN human rights expert that I think you all know, Francesca Albanese. So please do join us again tomorrow. Wishing you all a very pleasant evening, and we'll see you back here, hopefully, at 9:30. Thank you.